Chapter 1976. Destiny Song engulfed the battlefield. But at this moment, Feng Zhouge attacked Celestial Court. Ignoring the shock and confusion of both sides, Feng Zhouge was immersed in his own song. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. The second time he attacked Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land, while Feng Zhouge and Chen Yi were isolated by the formation. Feng Zhouge fought against Feng Yuan alone. My goo worms have mysteriously disappeared. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if this is Feng Yuan's move, or the power of this super formation. Feng Zhouge was shocked. Because of Feng Yuan's theft path method, he was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his goo worms were stolen one by one, including several sound path immortal goo. Feng Zhouge's battle strength fell. He had to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Suppress space immortal goo. Feng Yuan used his prepared method, causing Feng Zhouge's wish to retreat to fail. Immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Feng Yuan finally stole fixed immortal travel. Feng Zhouge's heart turned cold. He knew he was in a desperate situation. But at this time, he received Feng Yuan's transmission. Oh Feng Zhouge, I will not kill you, nor will I steal fate armor immortal goo. You and I are not on the same path. But you and Celestial Court are not on the same path either. Look at your heart. What do you truly want? Let me ask you again. Have you started comprehending Destiny Song? Feng Zhouge thought this was a trap set up by Feng Yuan to disrupt his determination and battle intent. But soon, he was bewildered. Because Feng Yuan had slowed down his attacks, he was no longer forcing him. Feng Zhouge could not help but think. What does Feng Yuan mean? He knows I have fate armor immortal goo. His response to the attack on Langya Blessed Land was so outstanding and well-prepared. Could it be that he used the spring-autumn cicada to reincarnate? If he really was reborn, did something happen in his previous life? From his words, it seems that I will part ways with the Celestial Court. At this moment, Feng Yuan transmitted his voice again. Feng Zhouge, I know you have doubts. Don't worry, you'll gradually understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chen Yi the illusion that he was the one who broke it. I'm sure he'll see you out. Until we meet again, Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan, explain yourself. Feng Zhouge transmitted his voice to Feng Yuan. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the two halves of the formation space were connected again. Chen Yi saw that Feng Zhouge was in danger. He shouted in shock. Hold on, I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal goo worms. Feng Zhouge hesitated for a moment before giving crucial information to Chen Yi. During the battle, Feng Yuan attacked viciously, heavily injuring Feng Zhouge and activating fate armor immortal goo. In order to save Feng Zhouge, Chen Yi used karma relocation. Feng Zhouge was shocked. Feng Yuan is right. Chen Yi really has a method to send me out. Feng Zhouge, you escaped this time. But that might not be the case next time. Feng Yuan's expression was normal. In Feng Zhouge's ears, these words were filled with deep meaning. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. After the battle, Feng Zhouge had been thinking about Feng Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. Why? Feng Yuan is a demon. He has a ruthless nature. He values benefits the most. There is only one reason why he let me go. That is, I will be of great help to him. But I am a member of Central Continent, a substitute of Celestial Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Don't tell me, there will be conflict between me and Celestial Court? If Feng Yuan is reborn, could it be that in his previous life, I opposed Celestial Court, and was his natural ally? Because of these concerns, Feng Zhouge did not tell Fairy Myrtle about the situation. What moved him more was the Song of Destiny proposed by Feng Yuan. Song of Destiny? Feng Zhouge vaguely felt some inspiration, but this inspiration was too ethereal and agile. He could not grasp it at all. But he understood that it would be a direction. He kept exploring, and soon there were many fragmented insights. Finally, one day, when he stopped under the embroidered tower, he saw the embroidered tower and the 3 bloody skins of reckless savage demon Venerable. His recent comprehension had undergone a sudden qualitative change. Feng Zhuge's soul was deeply touched, and he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Song of Destiny. The Battle of the River of Time. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhuge met again. How is the creation of Song of Destiny going? On the surface, they were fighting fiercely, but Feng Yuan was secretly transmitting his voice to Feng Zhuge. Feng Zhuge. Feng Yuan, what do you know? Hee. Take a look in the River of Time. You will find that comprehending here will be of great help to you in creating Song of Destiny. But the most helpful thing is the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Zhuge asked. According to my guess, that should be the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for you. It will be of great help to you. Feng Yuan said. Feng Zhuge hesitated for a moment before replying. I won't owe you a favor for nothing. Then let me tell you. In the sky above Embroidered Tower in Celestial Court, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Each true inheritance has a primer. They are Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. Oh. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He did not feel that Feng Zhuge was lying. The things were inside Celestial Court. There was no need to deceive him. Back then, in order to repay him for saving his life under the winds of assimilation, Feng Zhuge blocked Wu Yang's pursuit for him. Now that he told him the true inheritance, it was something that Feng Zhuge could do with his personality. In this battle, Feng Yuan still went easy on him, while Feng Zhuge survived. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started. Several battlefields were created. Gu immortals fought intensely. At this crucial moment, Feng Zhuge entered the River of Time. That is really the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Zhuge's body and mind shook. The Stone Lotus Island in the fog appeared in front of him, just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier. He entered the island and saw Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will smiled. You are finally here, Feng Zhuge. This true inheritance of mine is for you. Feng Zhuge frowned. No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head. I have never thought of bribing you. Your choice is up to you. I just feel that this true inheritance should be given to you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Even if you destroy it, I will not resist. Feng Zhuge believed in himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept this true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain part of Red Lotus memories. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to advance to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The power of the tribulation made Feng Zhuge extremely shocked. The tribulation passed, but only half of the Celestial Court Gu immortals, who helped Red Lotus, survived. What made Red Lotus feel the most pain was Lu Shuxian's death. This was the woman he loved the most. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, tears streaming down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled. It is useless. I was struck by the tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, Hong Ting. Only someone with a special constitution like mine can withstand such a calamity. Even if you gave up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the immortal venerable position. Now, I have done it. No. Xian Heir. I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly. His face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies. They all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this. You need to live on. Your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court, and shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side, and accompanying you invincibly in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it anymore. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered. His back was arched like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was in unbearable pain. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Regret goo was produced in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change this reality. For this, he did not hesitate to break off relations with Duke Long and the Celestial Court. Going in the opposite direction, Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive over 100 times. The tribulation dissipated this time. Even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xian Air, you are still alive, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Guh. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She took her last breath. Xian Air. Red Lotus was stunned. He looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze, his eyes turning red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely become strong enough to protect Xian Air's life. Red Lotus's gaze was fierce. He muttered like he was possessed. Revive, revive, revive again and again. Using the advantage of rebirth, he became stronger. He could handle all kinds of matters with ease. He had rich experience. He used every resource to raise his strength to the maximum. However, it was like one cycle after another. He had to face the venerable ascension tribulation every time. The type and power of the calamities and tribulations changed according to Red Lotus. This caused the outcome of the calamities and tribulations to never change. Those damned Gu immortals would all die. Among them was Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try. He was not discouraged. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, calculated, and carefully planned every cultivation resource he had. At the same time, he tried his best to ask for help from the heavenly courts. Xian Air. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian took one last look at him. It's great that you are fine. Saying so, she stopped breathing. Xian Air. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to speak. She mustered all her remaining strength to touch Red Lotus's face. But she did not succeed. Halfway through, her hand fell down powerlessly. Xian Air. Red Lotus shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Shuxian turn into powder in the lightning. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at the poisoned Lu Shuxian. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was blackish purple. Poisonous blood oozed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled bitterly. Hong Ting, don't be sad for me. All of these sacrifices were worth it. You have to become a venerable. You have to lead the celestial court. You have to lead humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stomped his feet, looking at Lu Shuxian's corpse turn into a pool of poisonous water. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working hard. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian shook her head. Her expression was pale. I am going to die. It seems that I cannot accompany you anymore, my true love. Whether you die or not depends on the situation. I will check first. Red Lotus was unresigned. I know my situation, listen to me. At the last moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura was weakening rapidly. Her words were intermittent. Red Lotus ignored her. He focused on checking. The result of the check made him lose all hope of treatment. When he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already stopped breathing. There must be a way. I can continue to improve. Red Lotus reminded himself. He tried again and again. He failed again and again. Hong Ting felt like he was trapped in a dead end. No matter what method he used, even if he did not undergo tribulation, Lu Shuxian could not escape death. Feng Jioge watched as Red Lotus failed again and again. He tried again and again. An intense feeling of sorrow accumulated in his chest. He watched as Red Lotus roared. He watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth in indignation. He watched as Red Lotus left with hatred and rebirth again and again. Every time, Red Lotus would be filled with hope and disappointment. The calamities and tribulations of venerable ascension could not be avoided. They could not be given up. They could not be controlled by others. Lu Shuxian's death was like a wall that could not be crossed. Every time Red Lotus was reborn, he had to accept such a cruel outcome. Every time he tried, he would see his most beloved woman die a horrible death. He was injured time and time again. The pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his body. But Red Lotus would rebirth of his own accord every time. It was like he was holding his heart and slamming it against a sharp blade. Even though Feng Jioge was filled with sympathy and respect towards Red Lotus, he warned himself not to be overly sympathetic. This might be the method of a venerable. As a spectator, Feng Jioge maintained his calm. He gradually realized. At the initial stage of rebirth, Red Lotus would curse the heavens at such an outcome. He would wish he was dead. But at the next stage, Red Lotus was indignant. He analyzed calmly with a dark expression. At the final stage, Red Lotus became more and more efficient. Whenever he realized that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would choose to rebirth without hesitation. Finally, there was one time. Lu Shuxian fell to the ground. Her entire body was fractured. She was lying in a pool of blood. She was on her last breath. Red Lotus quickly landed on the ground and rushed over. Red Lotus, I'm going, you have to. Lu Shuxian smiled as she watched Red Lotus walk towards her. Red Lotus had a cold expression as he looked at her plainly. There is no saving her. This time it failed again. But it is fine. I will not give up. I will try again. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left. Lu Shuxian's final call could be heard. Hong Ting. Red Lotus was initially moving quickly, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate call, his footsteps became slower and slower. Before he stopped, he lowered his head and looked at his hands. In the dead silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to tremble. Chapter 1977. Why? Why did I end up in such a terrifying state? In the past, Hong Ting was filled with grief and regret towards Lu Shuxian's death. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse tightly, kneeling on the ground while crying in his heart. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, facing Lu Shuxian's final wish to spend her final moments with her lover, Red Lotus actually turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was. Red Lotus was very clear about this. She was still her. She was still that Lu Shuxian. No matter how many times Red Lotus rebirthed, her decisions and actions would not change. That was to protect her lover. She would rather sacrifice herself, using her life to resist the venerable ascension tribulation. However, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer Hong Ting. When did it start? When did this change begin? Red Lotus asked herself. This was not a difficult question. He soon found the answer. That was countless rebirths, countless attempts, countless times Lu Shuxian died, countless times he was disappointed in his gains. His heart was injured time and time again, bleeding time and time again. Before it could form a scab, Hong Ting would tear it apart. He was injured too many times, he felt pain too many times, he felt regret too many times. Too many times he gradually got used to it, he gradually became numb to it. Thus he started to scheme. Thus he started to analyze calmly. He used every resource at hand to strengthen and equip himself as best he could. He tried different methods, finding the most probable and powerful method to protect Lu Shuxian's life during the tribulation. When he started to calm down, when facing Lu Shuxian's death, even if it was just forcing himself to calm down, he had already changed. Then gradually, step by step, he finally turned into a stranger. This appearance made him realize something. It was horrifying. Then he was powerless. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Jioge. Red Lotus stood on the spot. He lowered his head. His young back was bent like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was silent. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silent crying. Behind Red Lotus was the dying Lu Shuxian. She was still calling out to him, hoping that he would turn around, so that she could see her lover in the final moments of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. If a person was the person he loved, would he coldly turn around and leave when his lover was dying? Of course not. Even if his goal was to rebirth and try to save Lu Shuxian, that was just an intense habit. His starting point was no longer love. It was truly laughable. She clearly wanted to save him out of love, but as she walked, Red Lotus lost her love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him. She chose to sacrifice herself for him. But Red Lotus himself betrayed Lu Shuxian as he wanted to be reborn to change the reality. But he didn't expect that the reality of his rebirth would change him. Then what's he do now? Since he did not love Lu Shuxian anymore, why did he need to rebirth and keep trying? Of course, he's with his die with him. But would he dare to try the Red Lotus? He already knew the result. After witnessing the death of his parents time and time again, he would get used to it and become numb to it. Then, he would calmly accept the result of this fate. Red Lotus didn't dare. Then should they accept this result? After his rebirth, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything and follow the path of fate to become a venerable. Then, he would become the venerable celestial of the celestial court that everyone looked forward to. He didn't want Red Lotus either. There was still love in his heart, love for his parents and love for his master. Because there was love, there were regrets. He still had hatred in his heart, hatred towards fate, because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, and hatred towards himself. There were many emotions in his heart that even Red Lotus himself could not figure out. Red Lotus questioned himself deeply, examining his heart. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. However, his starting point was already different. He began to study it, discovering more and more of the profundities hidden in the legends of Renzu. When he realized the crucial point of Love Gu, he used Love Gu to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that although Red Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she did not become a venerable one. As a spectator, Feng Zhouge knew clearly. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Venerable calamities and tribulations could not be controlled by humans. No matter how Red Lotus delayed it, he had to undergo the tribulation. Using Love Gu, he finally changed the past reality. That was Lu Shuxian's death. Now Lu Shuxian finally survived. Of course, the consequence was that Red Lotus did not become a venerable. This was also the truth. Both facts had changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited as he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian, however, was very gloomy. What is going on? Hong Ting, you actually did not become a venerable. Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used Love Gu. Do you know how many times I rebirthed to save you? You should have died in the tribulation. But through my continuous experiments and research on the human path methods created in the Legends of Renzu, Red Lotus was extremely excited. He continued to talk about the hardships he had gone through and the effort he had put in. Every guess and verification was filled with setbacks and difficulties. But I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though it is only a small change, this is the correct direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. With a crisp sound, Lu Shuxian slapped Red Lotus. Red Lotus immediately froze. His cheering stopped as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes were filled with tears. Hong Ting, are you really you? You actually had such a rebellious thought? You wanted to change the past through rebirth. You went against fate. No wonder you did not become a venerable after the tribulation. And you did all of this just to let me live? What about those celestial court Gu immortals, who helped you undergo the tribulation and sacrificed themselves for you? You said you did all of this for me. Have you considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. When I resisted the tribulation for you, I suddenly realized that my greatest purpose in life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, to help you become an immortal venerable. But you did all of this. You gave up your most precious chance to become a venerable for me. If you cannot become a venerable, what will happen to the celestial court? What will happen to the world? What will happen to humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your dead parents. I am truly heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. I would rather sacrifice myself. Our love is just a small love. But greater love is for the entire human race, for all living beings in this world. Hong Ting, You disappoint me too much. Lu Shuxian cried bitterly. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that's the case. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze also became deep and eerie. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a way. You must have a way, right? Let everything return to the path of fate, even if I have to sacrifice myself. How can our love compare to the great love of heaven and earth, or the grand cause of the celestial court? Ugh! Lu Shuxian's body suddenly froze. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Red Lotus' hand had pierced into her heart. This was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you can return everything to the right path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian's eyes and said plainly. Lu Shuxian immediately showed a happy smile. Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please become a venerable. At the next moment she died again. It was no different from the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced. Lu Shuxian died again. However, compared to the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced, there was one point that was completely different. Lu Shuxian really died. She had completely died in Red Lotus' heart. From then on, she did not come back to life. Red Lotus looked at her corpse that had fallen. His heart was completely calm. There was not even a ripple. The woman that he had once loved deeply. The woman that he was willing to give up everything for. The woman that had been reborn time and time again. The woman that had never given up hope. Now he had killed her. With his own hands. Red Lotus did not feel any regret. Instead, he had a trace of realization. The source of this tragedy was the celestial court. It was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu was unprecedentedly firm. The scene in front of Feng Jioge changed. Celestial court. The battle had already ended. The surroundings were in ruins. At the top of the damaged heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus were facing each other. Duke Long had clearly gone through a huge battle. His body was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus and sighed deeply. Oh Hong Ting, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. To think that you have already made such a mistake. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Then please do it. Saying so, Duke Long actually took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly stunned. He walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms were very weak, but no matter how he used strength, Fate Gu was like the toughest thing in the world. Red Lotus could not break it. No matter what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, not just you, even Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came here back then, and used all sorts of methods. But they were unable to do anything to Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can truly destroy Fate Gu. But once an otherworldly demon comes to our world, they are not complete. Thus, in this world, no one can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this and showed an extremely tired expression. Hong Ting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Although you have committed so many sins and mistakes, I am willing, and the Celestial Court is willing to atone for your sins and give you a chance to start anew. At this point, Duke Long was still trying his best to persuade Red Lotus. He was not willing to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned towards Duke Long and smiled. Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why didn't you directly put Fate Gu in front of me from the start? Let me try and make me give up. Duke Long was speechless. Red Lotus smiled again. So you are also afraid, right? You are afraid that I will find a new method to destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long smiled bitterly. Of course. Times are constantly changing. Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many of the conclusions of the past are no longer appropriate in the current era. Even I cannot guarantee that there will not be a new method to destroy Fate Gu. But at this point, since I cannot stop you, I can only take a risk and try. You saw the result, didn't you? Red Lotus pondered. Fate Gu arranged the path of life for all living beings in the world. You and I are all part of it. Even a rock or a wave is included in it. But Master, have you thought about this? Man is not a rock, nor is he a wave. Man has his own thoughts. If a person is not satisfied with the life that Fate Gu arranged for them, what should they do? Duke Long stared at Red Lotus. You have also read U003C003 The Legends of Run003E. Runzu encountered Fate Gu and wanted to break free from its restraints, chasing after Freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not grasp his freedom. He lost it. He went crazy. His thoughts were all over the place. This is the outcome. It is a warning. A person needs to accept their life. They need to bear it. They need to shoulder the responsibility that fate gave them. They need to do what they should do. Red Lotus laughed loudly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Duke Long saw his abnormal expression and felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear appeared on Duke Long's face. He was shocked to find that when Red Lotus exerted strength in his 5 fingers, Fate Gu was letting out a soft cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Red Lotus. Duke Long was furious. He attacked fiercely. He was going all out. Red Lotus did not dodge. He was hit by Duke Long's attack. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked. He suddenly realized that Red Lotus was purposely provoking him to kill him. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled at Duke Long. Master, I have always respected and loved you. Even after rebirth countless times, my respect for you has never decreased. But I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate gives such preferential treatment to a person like me. It arranged such a noble status and achievements for me. But I do not feel happy. I want to resist. Then let me ask you, those people in a worse situation than me, what do they think of fate? Humans are not rocks, they are not waves. Humans have their own thoughts. Often, letting one's thoughts run wild is the most terrifying. It is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus passed Fate Gu to Duke Long. I can only do this much. Using Love Gu, I can destroy fate. Hee, Master, are you very surprised? Unfortunately, I am not another worldly demon. But I did my best to arrange it. I did everything I could. I left hope for the future. Other than this, there is nothing worth looking forward to in the rest of my life. I might as well just die like this. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate Gu will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, it will be someone else. I believe that in the future, it will not be me alone. There will be a group of people trying to destroy fate. Chapter 1978. On the Stone Lotus Island, Feng Zhouge browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to the real world. Red Lotus was like a real person. It was vivid and lifelike. Other than these memories, I have 2 things for you. One is the rank 8 killer move Future Self. The other is the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. The rank 8 Future Self killer move can instantly give you pseudo-venerable strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as the Tao Guardians of the past grow up, almost all of them would have such cultivation level. And Future Self is the projection of your strongest form in the future. It can be used by you now. As for Destiny Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, even though it is an incomplete Gu recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you created in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years in the future, you created the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate Gu has not been completely destroyed. It does not allow this. Thus, I changed to another method. I condensed it into this incomplete rank 9 Destiny Gu recipe. It will be of great help to you. You will be able to comprehend the initial stage of Destiny song. Feng Zhouge was moved. The true inheritance that Red Lotus will gave him was completely to his liking. He could not reject it. But he did not lose his cool. He acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial stage of Destiny song? Feng Zhouge asked. Red Lotus Will nodded. That's right. In the next 1,000 years, you modified Destiny song many times. Eventually, this killer move became extremely exquisite. The final modification actually allowed this killer move to have the ability to grow on its own. The more Gu Immortals it hits, the more it can absorb the power of Destiny from the Gu Immortals and strengthen itself. This is a very good killer move. However, I need to remind you of something. As long as Fate Gu exists, Your Destiny Song killer move will be suppressed and sealed for one day. Feng Jioge shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for your true inheritance. I know what you mean. In fact, Feng Yuan has reminded me many times before this. However, I will not destroy destiny and fight against the Celestial Court for this true legacy of yours. Red Lotus will chuckled. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm only sharing my experiences with you. I'm placing the key to breaking free from fate in your hands. How you choose is up to you. Everything is in your hands, isn't it? Feng Jioge left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate had already given preferential treatment to the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it had taken away his parents and lover, it had given him extraordinary talent, power, and status that stood above all others. However, Red Lotus was unwilling to accept this. People are not puppets. They have their own thoughts. If Hong Lian, a sovereign, is like this, then what about me, a path protector? Feng Jioge could not help but reflect on himself. Seeing Feng Kim Hong grow up, his parents would indeed feel joy. Not to mention the identity of a path protector. Even without this identity, how could Feng Jioge not protect his daughter? But, is this identity of a path protector something that I really like, something that I want? Feng Jioge asked himself. In fact, no one had asked him this before. Duke Long did not ask. Qin Dingling did not ask. The other supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House did not ask either. It was as if this identity was an honor. It was something that was only natural. Feng Jioge could not wait to accept it. There was no need to ask such a question. But was that really the case? Feng Jioge thought of a deeper question. Why do people live? The scope of this question was too big. It was too profound. The answer differed from person to person. 1,000 people would have 1,000 answers. The previous answer might even change at the next moment. Feng Jioge could not answer this question. He could only settle for the next best thing. He asked himself sincerely, why do I live? Feng Jioge could not help but think back to his life. He loved music since young. He did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. At the beginning of his cultivation, he made a grand wish to compose 9 songs, to sing about himself, all living beings, and heaven and earth. Later, he obtained a fortuitous encounter in a valley. He accidentally found the inheritance left behind by the sound path great expert, Spatial Echo Immortal Father. Thus, he cultivated in seclusion in the valley. He was alone, but he did not feel lonely. He immersed himself in the beauty of music. He continued to cultivate. Every day was very fulfilling. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulations and reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm without anyone noticing. After reaching Gu Immortal cultivation level, Feng Jioge did not feel proud. Everything was natural and ordinary. He continued to cultivate in the valley, developing his immortal aperture. His cultivation level rose from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu Immortals came to the valley unintentionally. They sang with Feng Jioge. Back then it was night time. The moon was high in the sky. A cool breeze was blowing. The lake in the valley was sparkling. As the 3 Gu Immortals sang, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. The 3 immortals finished singing and laughed loudly. But they did not meet. They left after their spirits were exhausted. Later, the 2 immortals were slandered and were wanted by the righteous path. Feng Jioge learned of this by chance. He did not hesitate. He stepped forward without hesitation. Because of this, he shocked the world. He challenged the 10 great ancient sects. He became a legend that no one could stop. The 10 great ancient sects lost all their face. They accused Feng Jioge of being a demonic path member. Everyone started to work together to resist him. Feng Jioge was not afraid. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly turned around and attacked the root of the problem. The 10 great ancient sects were in a mess. They could not do anything about it. During this process, Feng Jioge met Fairy Bai Qing of Spirit Affinity House. They fell in love with each other. Feng Jioge joined Spirit Affinity House and became a member of the righteous path. From then on, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. They relied on Feng Jioge's force and territory to expand, firmly suppressing the other 9 great ancient sections. After that 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Feng Jioge led a group of people to investigate. Thus, a series of events happened. He was unexpectedly saved by Feng Yuan. In southern border, he repaid Feng Yuan's kindness by blocking Wu Yong. After repaying the favor, Feng Zhouge started to pursue Feng Yuan. Until now, Feng Yuan spared Feng Zhouge's life. He even gave him many pointers, guiding him to the Stone Lotus Island and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. If my previous life was arranged by Fate Gu, did I do it willingly? Feng Zhouge shook his head. He preferred to think of it this way. This was all my choice. Back then, I stood up for the two immortals. I gave up my peaceful, secluded cultivation life. It was because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I had a daughter with Fairy Bai Qing because I loved her. I taught my daughter Feng Kim Hong. I raised her because I loved her. It was not a rule set by fate. If fate wanted me to lose Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong, would I learn from Red Lotus? If there's a very good opportunity right now, and I only need to make a slight move to destroy destiny, would I do it? Destroying fate seemed to go against his own benefits. After all, Feng Kim Hong was Fate Gu's great dream immortal venerable. But does Feng Kim Hong really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Zhouge suddenly realized, just like how no one asked him if he liked his Dao Guardian status. No one asked Feng Kim Hong if he liked becoming great dream immortal venerable. Even he himself was one of them. It was as if this was a matter of course. There was no room for doubt. Feng Zhouge asked himself an even sharper question. If Huang Er really wants to become great dream immortal venerable, but Fate Gu is right in front of me, I can easily destroy it. Would I do that? This question made Feng Zhouge hesitate. He was at a loss. He was perplexed and confused. But reality did not give him the time or space to think about it. The battle to repair Fate Gu was already in full swing. Feng Zhouge had no choice but to join the battle. On Harryfoot Mountain, he saved Feng Kim Hong and sang Destiny Song. Rank 8 future self made him one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power even caused Di Zongxing to suffer setbacks. On the battlefield, Feng Zhouge finally met with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly. "Oh Feng Zhouge, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Zhouge was silent. He had to admit, this was a song that belonged to him. It was a song that he should have created based on his personality. This song contained his inner thoughts. Yes, he did not want to admit the existence of fate, but he sighed at the mercilessness and mysteriousness of fate. He saw the trajectory of countless lives, sometimes in dire straits, sometimes in glory. He saw those people's hopes, struggles, laughter, happiness, pain, and despair in their lives. If fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Then I desire for life and all living things to change. This change should come from one's own choices. Feng Zhouge understood his true feelings. I did not create a destiny song. It is Destiny Song. That's what I really think. He realized at once. He understood Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. They knew his personality, so they did not persuade him. They only returned Destiny Song to Feng Zhouge and let Feng Zhouge persuade him. Yes, Feng Zhouge sang this Destiny Song loudly. He sang for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. He wanted to strengthen them. He sang for his enemies. He wanted them to weaken. But the truth was he sang for himself. He wanted to understand his own heart. Thereupon he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing. He also loved his daughter Feng Kim Hong. But he, Feng Zhouge, did not live for them. His wife and daughter were only the results of his choices. They were a part of his life, but not everything. What am I living for? This question brought him back to the beginning. He wanted to sing 9 songs. He wanted to sing about life and heaven and earth. Right now he had already created 9 songs. But he did not finish singing about life and heaven and earth. He wanted to continue singing. But if he continued singing, he would be bound by fate. It was like a pair of invisible hands were grabbing his neck. How could he sing freely? Seeing that Feng Zhouge did not reply, Feng Yuan, who was in an intense battle, transmitted his voice. "Oh Feng Zhouge, your singing is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny Song walk the same path as the Celestial Court?" Feng Zhouge replied calmly in secret. "You know me well. But even so, I will not easily board your pirate ship. Unless you create a situation where you can easily destroy Fate Gu, I will not help you casually. Central Continent and the Celestial Court have treated me well, so you have to rely on yourself. Feng Yuan chuckled. Then watch carefully. Next, he purposely allowed Duke Long to knock him down, arriving in front of Embroidered Tower, and activating the method left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Out of Feng Jioge's expectations, Feng Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to break through heaven and destroy Fate Gu. But Duke Long's words made Feng Jioge realize that this battle was far from over. When Red Lotus will appeared again, Feng Jioge gradually understood Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. So when Feng Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Jioge finally made a move. By helping Feng Yuan, he was also choosing to be himself. Once, when he helped the two immortals challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he laughed and sang, "Demonic or not demonic, righteous or not righteous, heaven and earth have their own Feng Jioge. Leave or stay, life or death is in my heart. Should I leave or stay now?" This question no longer troubled him. He, Feng Jioge, had come to the righteous path from the demonic path. It was time to return. Chapter 1979. Feng Jioge. Duke Long shouted as he charged at Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Claw marks appeared over 100 feet in length, tearing apart the air. They were unstoppable. Dragon fangs flew like sharp blades, dancing in the air with intense killing intent. Feng Jioge slowly retreated as he continued to sing Destiny's song. Several clones appeared around him. They all looked like him, but each had their own abilities. It was Immortal Killer Move Song Warrior. Green Jade Song Warrior could turn everything into jade. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppression power. Submission Song Warrior could enslave living beings. Separation Song Warrior could disassemble killer moves and counter Immortal Gu houses. Acquisition Song Warrior could refine Wild Immortal Gu. Heaven-facing Song Warrior could easily cross two heavens. Immortal Demonic Song Warrior could seize all kinds of killer moves, and Immortal Gu's power for their own use. Only Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a Song Warrior. The Song Warriors fought for Feng Jioge, not only blocking the dragon claws and dragon fangs, they also fought with Duke Long. They were extremely agile. After several rounds, Duke Long finally destroyed the Song Warrior. But soon, a brand new Song Warrior rushed to the battlefield and fought with Duke Long. Duke Long immediately understood that killing these clones was pointless. The wisest battle tactic was to directly attack Feng Jioge's main body. Immortal Killer Move Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a huge distance approaching Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge did not break through. He activated Yang Pass Tune and pulled apart some distance. Duke Long could not fight Feng Jioge in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack from afar. Feng Jioge was fearless. Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long. At the same time, his hands changed. He used Bell Palm, Drum Fist and Whistle Finger to form three extreme sounds. Feng Jioge fought Duke Long. Both sides were evenly matched. There was no clear victor. Rank 8 Future Self gave Feng Jioge a qualitative change in his battle strength. The three region's Gu immortals were hesitating on whether to help Feng Jioge, but they were shocked to find that Feng Jioge did not need help. In an instant, the battle prowess that he displayed stunned everyone. Duke Long could not deal with Feng Jioge. He was shocked and furious. He realized that even though Feng Jioge had been fighting and attacking, he had been concealing his strength. He did not use his full strength. Right now, Duke Long wanted to foil Red Lotus's plan. But Feng Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Duke Long knew Feng Yuan's strength and had Reckless Savage's defensive methods. But this was not because Duke Long was afraid of Feng Yuan. He was considering how to destroy the enemy's plan. As long as Feng Jioge was disrupted, Destiny Song would not work. Feng Yuan would not have the Immortal Gu recipe. He would not be able to continue his plan. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely. He wanted to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely, hoping to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jioge. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to guard Feng Yuan's main body, while Calamity Luck Altar resisted Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals launched a frenzy of attacks, but they were blocked by the other three regions' Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. The battle was clearly leaning towards the three regions' Gu Immortals, but Feng Yuan had some problems now. The human wills were like the sea, surging violently. Using these human wills as the main Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was simply wishful thinking. But this method worked. Under the effect of Destiny Song, these human wills and flames converged and refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and formless. But Feng Yuan was in charge of this Gu refinement. He had to endure the terrifying impact of the human wills. He had to pacify the human wills, like subduing a raging flood, allowing them to flow according to the channels. Feng Yuan's expression soon turned sinister. Veins popped on his forehead. Thoughts were produced rapidly in his mind, but they could not keep up with this terrifying expenditure. His thoughts were dwindling rapidly. They were about to dry up. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants had been paying attention. Fairy Myrtle saw Feng Yuan's expression and analyzed. Oh no, Feng Yuan's situation is not good. I know his Wisdom Path foundation. His strongest Wisdom Path method is to prevent others from deducing and conceal his true location. The Gu refinement now is testing his thoughts and thinking ability. The scale of these human wills is too terrifying. Even I might not be able to last long. But Spectral Soul chuckled lightly. He had a calm expression. Don't worry, a venerable has already made preparations for this. Feng Yuan should know what to do. Spectral Soul could not help but recall his past life. Back then his main body was still alive. He entered 88-point Jinyang Tower to explore. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw the Giant Sun Special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. He immediately wanted to make a move and take Wisdom Gu for his own use. Spectral Soul, please don't take Wisdom Gu. Giant Sun Special will had no choice but to appear and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. You cannot stop me. Giant Sun Special will nodded. Of course, you are the current generation Demon Venerable. You are invincible in the world, I cannot stop you. But you also made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, right? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. Before this, he had indeed obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. He had made a certain agreement with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, this Wisdom Gu has been tampered with by my main body. When the crucial person appears, he will destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wisdom Gu will follow him. Giant Sun Special will speak frankly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took a deep look at Wisdom Gu. He did not make a move. Right now, he went all out. It seems that I still need to use Wisdom Gu. Feng Yuan sighed. At this point, he had already guessed the methods of many venerables. Wisdom Gu was Giant Sun Immortal's method, but it was different from Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. It had been activated long ago. It was just that Feng Yuan did not notice it back then. Feng Yuan had just opened a door in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when Wisdom Gu flew out by itself, hovering above Feng Yuan's head, shining with golden divine light. Feng Yuan felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders. His expression returned to normal. He felt relaxed. So that's it. He sensed carefully and made another discovery. Wisdom Gu is also a Gu material. No wonder it is so effective. But with the addition of Wisdom Gu, my thought expenditure has decreased sharply. But my immortal essence expenditure has increased sharply. This amount of devouring isn't something I can handle at all. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was extremely fast, and immortal essence was accumulated rapidly, Feng Yuan had gone through many battles and expended a lot. If he could not keep up with the expenditure now, the Gu refinement would stop and Feng Yuan would suffer a terrifying backlash. But Feng Yuan was not flustered, he was calm and composed. Because he knew that at this point, the venerables would not sit by and watch. As long as he still had a trace of value and could not be replaced, The venerables would not let him die at this crucial juncture. Next, it should be your turn, giant son, Feng Yuan thought to himself. Somewhere in the distant black sky, there was a dark golden palace floating in the air. In the palace, immortal zombie giant son slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, his eyes reflecting the scenes of the battle in Celestial Court. It has finally come to this. Immortal zombie giant son smiled and sighed softly. Red Lotus, it is because of your excellent planning and greater arrangements that you won against me. The scenes of his life appeared in front of him. On the stone Lotus Island, Gu immortal giant son, who had yet to become a venerable, obtained Red Lotus gift. At the same time, he made a transaction with Red Lotus. This is the incomplete immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Giant son received this incomplete recipe and was immediately attracted to it. He had been successful in creating Luck Path, but from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, it was you who damaged Fate Gu that gave me the space to create Luck Path. Now that you have given me this incomplete recipe of Destiny Gu, I owe you a huge favor. Gu immortal giant son said solemnly. I will set up the situation according to the agreement. Leave wisdom Gu behind. I will also create responsive luck immortal Gu to help that heaven's chosen, who created Destiny Song. Moreover, I will leave behind a final attack. As long as the situation reaches that stage, I will definitely make a move and help you complete your million-year plan. Red Lotus will smiled. Thank you. But if my plan fails, please follow our agreement and work hard to refine Destiny Gu. Of course. Gu immortal giant son had a resolute expression. Inside Cloud Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant son slowly raised his right hand. Boom! A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky and shot towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a vast and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even people like Duke Long, Feng Jioge, and Feng Yuan felt their own insignificance when facing this move. The pillar of light was unstoppable and unstoppable. It started from black heaven above northern plains and pierced through the regional walls, directly crashing into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, the earth quaked and mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She stared at Giant Sun's incoming attack, but she was entangled by Limitless Silhouette and could not deal with it at all. Giant Sun's attack surged and instilled into the sea of human wills and fire. The three converged and instantly formed a mountain-like golden ball of light. Flames danced in the ball of light. Countless human wills were colorful and dazzling. Feng Yuan did not move. He was at the center and presided over the situation. Pale white threads of light gradually appeared in his clenched hands and spread out. These threads of light were so familiar. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of them. His heart shook. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Dozens, hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks stretched out from the gaps between his fingers. Feng Yuan opened his palms completely. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew in the air, coiling around each other. Dao marks coiled around Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, shaking his body and soul. Heaven Path Dao marks have appeared in my body. Wait, not just me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many Heaven Path Dao marks were disappearing for no reason, tracing back to the source of human wills. As expected. At this moment, Feng Yuan finally confirmed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. Red Lotus Demon Venerable wanted to refine Destiny Gu, but he did not truly want to refine it. Feng Yuan grabbed hold of this chance and started to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. Every Heaven Path Dao mark coiled around his body, causing his sovereign immortal aperture's accumulation to increase by a level. This was an extremely rare and huge fortuitous encounter. Every complete Heaven Path Dao mark could cause a qualitative change in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture world. After experiencing Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan knew the immense value of this fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, the more heaven path Dao marks he had, the more he could guard against spectral soul's possible tricks on sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was just that the fusion of heaven path Dao marks was extremely painful. Even someone with a firm will like Feng Yuan would feel dizzy after fusing 10 complete heaven path Dao marks. The pain was excruciating. But he was in charge of the Gu refinement now. He could not use other methods, otherwise, if the Gu refinement was disrupted and he failed, it would be even worse. Feng Yuan could only rely on his willpower to endure it. He was not the only Gu immortal enduring the pain. He was one of billions. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals started to scream in pain. The heaven path Dao marks traced back to their source. They were imprinted on their bodies. Every mortal could not endure even 1/10,000th of a heaven path Dao mark. Many of them fainted from the pain. And those who were clear-headed were blessed. They could bear more of the heavenly Dao marks. Pain. The intense pain of being torn apart was unbearable. Feng Yuan quickly bit his lips, his eyes subconsciously widening until the corner of his eyes broke and blood flowed out. He was sweating profusely, his body was trembling, but he still tried his best to fuse the complete heaven path Dao marks. Soon, the Gu immortals in the 5 regions also started to endure it. The battle in Celestial Court stopped. The Gu immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. The heaven path Dao marks were added to their bodies. They were caught off guard and could not endure it. Wu Yang's body shook intensely. His battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only barely fight. Shen Songshan continued to groan. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He could only maintain Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing and Qin Dingling were already lying on the ground. Their bodies were twitching. They were rolling on the ground in pain. No! Heaven path Dao marks were added to his body. Duke Long cried out in pain. At this moment, he finally understood Red Lotus' scheme. Duke Long was extremely anxious, seeing that he could not defeat Feng Jioge. He could only turn around and try to attack Feng Yuan with a sliver of hope. But the intense pain also affected him. Feng Jioge was still using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was moving, he immediately attacked and stalled him. Heaven path Dao marks were added to their bodies. They were still fighting. As they fought, there was a loud sound. Golden water splashed. The mountain-like human wills scattered. Mission accomplished. O people of the world, I have handed fate to you. Every one of you holds a part of life in your hands, mixed with a portion of luck. From now on, Fate Gu will still exist, but there will no longer be fate in the world. Red Lotus true meanings words were transmitted to everyone in the 5 regions through the human wills. The 5 regions humans cried out in pain. They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Because of the unbearable pain, many committed suicide on the spot. Red Lotus! Duke Long shouted. He finally got rid of Feng Jioge and charged towards Feng Yuan. But it was too late. The final trace of Red Lotus will barely condensed and blocked in front of Feng Yuan, facing the approaching Duke Long master. The young Red Lotus smiled. I really succeeded. Fate Gu has already been split into countless parts and distributed to everyone in the world. It still exists. It has not been destroyed. Moreover, it has fused with luck. It cannot be used by providence anymore. Duke Long was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was standing on end. Traitorous disciple! He shouted as he charged even more fiercely. With a loud bang, he completely destroyed Red Lotus' will and charged towards Feng Yuan. At this moment, Duke Long's aura broke through the limit again, reaching an unprecedented peak. It was so strong that Di Zongxing and Feng Jioge felt suffocated. Feng Yuan did not move. He did not take a defensive stance. Duke Long's aura was extremely fierce, but when he was one step away from Feng Yuan, his expression suddenly changed. His aura froze and his charge came to an abrupt stop. His lifespan was over. It was even earlier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He caught hold of the aura that had dissipated earlier and discovered the truth. In fact, back in Eastern Sea, when he impersonated Qi Sea ancestor and used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was weak and not obvious. And Duke Long's disguise was quite outstanding. After that, To avoid fighting with Qi ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to deceive everyone. Because Duke Long did not know that the number of times Feng Yuan could use Steel Life was extremely limited. This also caused Duke Long's performance to surpass the previous life at the same time. A great talent of a generation, the pillar of Celestial Court, Red Lotus Master, the creator of the Dragonman race, Duke Long. Finally, at this moment his life stopped. At the moment of his death, he was still charging forward, regardless of whether he was respectable or despicable. For the sake of Celestial Court, for the great cause, he truly sacrificed himself until his death. The intense fighting and killing had made him forget the limit of his lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than anger and killing intent, there was also a trace of shock on his face. Lord Duke Long, you must be very indignant. Damn it, Lord Duke Long, you cannot die. Celestial Court still needs you. Senior Duke Long. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals screamed. Their morale rose sharply. This was the will of a mourning army. Intense fighting and killing unfolded again. The three regions' Gu Immortals were actually suppressed by Celestial Court's side, which had fewer people. Feng Yuan, however, did not participate in the battle. He was still enduring the intense pain. His gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Court, looking at the five regions. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the five regions vanished. The earth veins connected. The five regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the five regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth qi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the five regions. The bloody cloak on Feng Yuan's back started to dissipate. He raised his head and breathed in deeply. Ah, the air of freedom. From now on, he finally had the possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1980. Hello readers and friends. This was a rare single chapter. It was about a few things. Regarding the fifth volume, Demon King Domination, it ended here. This volume was indeed very long, and it would also be the longest volume in the entire book. But there was no helping it. Feng Yuan's strength had increased the most in this volume. He had truly grown from a chess piece to a chess player. I believe everyone will understand after reading this. Honestly speaking, the pressure of writing the fifth volume was very high. Compared to the previous volumes, and even the upcoming final volume, it was the heaviest. There were too many things that needed to be written. This battle involved the entire five regions, and some grotto heaven worlds. It could be said to have covered the entire map of the novel. There were at least 60 forces involved. The characters involved were Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, Song Qiyuan, Shen Songsheng, Shen Shang, Zhang Ying Granny Rong, Five Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan, Mali Chiu Feng Di Chong Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiong Du Feng Yuan, by Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, Di Zongxing Spectral Soul, Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus Reckless Savage Yi Fan, Hong Yi Feng Kim Hong Feng Joga and so on. There were too many characters. These characters all had their own cultivation level. Some were mortal Gu masters like Feng Kim Hong. Some had outstanding strength like Feng Yuan, Feng Joga and Duke Long. They all had their own killer moves. For example, Duke Long's 2 combat systems, and more than 10 killer moves were designed according to his image. Wu Yong's killer moves were Unlimited Wind and Farewell Friend Wind. They complemented each other perfectly. Feng Yuan had even more killer moves, Red Lotus methods, Song Qiyuan's killer moves, and Shen Shang's killer moves. Both of them needed to be described in detail. These people all had their own plans. For example, Bing Sai Chuan, who wholeheartedly wanted to complete Giant Sun's last wish. Wu Yong, who was filled with ambition. Duke Long, who was willing to give up everything for the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan, who wanted eternal life. Red Lotus, who wanted to overthrow fate, etc. Not only were there people from the present, but there were also people from the past. For example, the past venerables and Wu Yong's mother Wu Duxiu. These people had to be made of flesh and blood as much as possible. For example, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, Duke Long, and Feng Yuan. These three were all important descriptions, and he believed that they would leave a deep impression on the readers. What I want to achieve is that some small people also have their own symbol. For example, Yuan Xiongdu, the crucial person in charge of repairing Fate Gu. He chose to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment. I believe this will leave a deep impression on the readers. The memories of this character's past life, and the two great wars of this life, could be combined to form his own story. It was a concept of responsibility. This also resonated with the heavy responsibility that Freedom Gu brought in, the legends of Renzu. Other small characters like Yi Fan and Hong Yi also had their own fortuitous encounters. As for Qin Song, this person was a member of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He did not have many scenes in the previous life, but in this life, he displayed his strength. The Celestial Court's teleportation formation also needed him to complete. These people all had huge changes in their lives. For example, Feng Jioge changed from the righteous path to the demonic path. He openly betrayed the Celestial Court. Regarding this change, there was actually a lot of foreshadowing. For example, he was a secluded cultivator. He had opposed the 10 great ancient sections. For example, Duke Long had once asked Feng Kim Hong if he believed in fate. Feng Kim Hong said he did not. Duke Long had reflected on the reason. He felt that part of the problem was due to Feng Jioge. This was a problem with his upbringing. These foreshadowing could be seen clearly after reading it again. For example, Feng Kim Hong was Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, but Fate Gu was destroyed. Heaven's Will was gone. Her father betrayed her. Where would she go? Or for example, Feng Yuan's clone, Feng Dichang. What would happen to him when he was trapped in Divine Emperor Palace? So many people were starting an unprecedented chaotic battle around the issue of Fate Gu. They had to consider their arrangements very carefully. I believe this is not only the most unprecedented battle in the history of this book, it is also a rarely seen super large-scale battle in the entire web literature world. Because it involves so many characters and the map is so wide, it is already very rare. What is even more difficult is that this battle needs to be fought twice. Feng Yuan failed once before rebirth, and Feng Yuan succeeded once after rebirth. These two battles need to be compared before and after. They need to progress step by step. There cannot be too many bugs. They also need foreshadowing. In the 3 sections of 943 to 945, everyone should be able to see the foreshadowing that I had meticulously laid out earlier. These foreshadowing were laid out over half a year ago, but they were only used now. On the surface, these foreshadowing are just some unrelated stories. They need to be well disguised. But when they appear together, the author's true intentions can be seen. The good thing is that no reader has seen through this yet. In order to complete my writing goal, I need to refine the characters. Other than the arrangements I started half a year ago, I also need the clash of ideals. In the previous life's battle, I mainly wrote about the Celestial Court's ideals. Many people were moved by this. In this life's battle, I mainly wrote about the ideals of Feng Yuan and Red Lotus. Many people were filled with passion because of this. This is the goal I want to achieve. Only by clashing and winning on the level of ideals can we display their greatness. It will help us understand the motivations and actions of these characters. And I wrote about the clash of ideals to deepen the discussion of the righteous and demonic paths in this book. What is the righteous path's light? What is the demonic path's darkness? Mature people know that this world is not black and white. The boundary between righteous path and demonic path, darkness and light is actually very blurry. The first half of this book focuses on the difference between righteous and demonic paths. The second half describes the similarities between righteous and demonic paths. Sometimes righteous path is demonic path. From another perspective, demonic path is righteous path. This was not the most superficial concept of the winner takes all. For example, the Celestial Court's greatness, the righteousness of sacrifice, it is indeed grand. But Lu Shuxian was willing to sacrifice herself to help Red Lotus become venerable. This strong desire actually goes against human nature. Isn't this a kind of demonic nature? Red Lotus was reborn because he loved her. But in the end, he killed Lu Shuxian with his own hands. It was more of a choice made by human nature. Another example. The great demon Feng Yuan became the greatest contributor to the destruction of Fate Gu. We all know that his demonic nature is deep. His motive was to pursue eternal life. He was extremely selfish. But just from his actions and results, he liberated the entire human race, freeing them from the shackles of fate. They obtained freedom. Isn't this a kind of justice? After writing this huge volume, I let out a sigh of relief. My goals were 1. Character creation, 2. Arrangements foreshadowing, 3. Clash of ideals, for deepening the ideals of righteous and demonic. I was more or less done. To achieve this goal, I changed the outline over a dozen times. When I was thinking of foreshadowing, I discarded most of the obvious foreshadowing. Often, when I was thinking of ideas, I would sit in front of my desk for the entire day, writing draft after draft, and tossing out draft after draft. There were too many characters involved. I agreed to write out the descriptions of these characters, their moves and so on. There were over 100 pieces of paper. When I was writing, they filled up my study desk. I am telling you these facts not to praise myself, but to say, I wrote this book with all my heart. I admit that I wrote slowly, but there was no helping it. I was not skilled enough to write fast. I would make mistakes easily. I know I have been writing this book for 5 to 6 years. It is a long time. But I need to be patient. The more I write towards the end, the more patient I have to be, and the more I have to keep my composure. Thus, I want to appeal to all my dear readers. I am writing patiently. I implore all of you to read it patiently. This book is different from most web novels. The difference in writing method, layout, theme, and plot construction requires all of you to be more tolerant, understanding, and expectant when you read it. I am very confident to say, as long as you read to the end, this book will definitely satisfy most of the readers. First, I implore all of you to read it patiently. Second, I hope all of you can support it. Please support the original reading. A small section is about 3,000 words, only a few cents. But it will take about 2 hours for me to write it. My novel chapters are also different from most web novels. I need to think more before writing, and spend more effort to lay out. The amount of energy and effort others spend to write 3,000 words is different from the amount of energy and effort I spend to write 3,000 words. But our pricing is the same, and we get the same amount of money. But I am willing to spend more effort to present a living world of voodoo, a different reading experience. In fact, because of the dark text label of this book, the strange writing method, I have always been criticized and misunderstood. This caused this work to be more niche. Right now, this book is about to reach the last big volume. Everyone's fate will come to an end. Like Feng Yuan, like Feng Zheng, like Shang Xanci, like Bai Ningbing. The defeat of the Celestial Court will bring about a different 5 regions chaotic war. The shadows of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the other venerables will become thicker. They will become obstacles in Feng Yuan's path. The Blue Dragon Whale, Crazed Demon Cave, Mysterious Black Fire, and other secrets will also be solved. The legends of Renzu will also be completed. The concept of this book will also be raised to the level that I want to write. The main theme of this book will also be revealed. Please support the original reading. Please read it patiently. Chapter 1981. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Pengde struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw a human face. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, a pair of triangular eyes revealing shrewdness. His head was wrapped in a white bandana. Pengde was shocked. He clearly remembered that he was sleeping in his own bedroom. Why would a stranger barge into his room? He immediately used his strength to sit up. In the next moment, he was stunned again. Where am I? He was shocked to find that he was in a desert. The sky was clear and the clouds were thin. The sun was high in the sky. The heat was rising. Haha, this kid is confused. He's lucky. He was attacked by a pack of sand wolves in the desert, but he's still alive. The middle-aged bearded man was not the only one around him. There were a few others, all surrounding him. Not far away, there was a camel team, lying on the ground to rest. Kid, this is a wolf desert. When we found you, your companions were all dead. The sand wolves were eating your corpses. We chased them away. Only you were still breathing. I'm Emoli, the leader of this caravan. I was the one who saved you and healed your wounds. You're lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The middle-aged bearded man introduced. Pengda sat on the desert in a daze. The hot sand and the scorching sun made him gradually come to his senses. This was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn, there really is such a thing as transmigration in this world. And it happened to me. But how did I transmigrate? Last night I was clearly modifying the program code. But the next day I ended up here. Looking at their clothes and language, they're obviously from another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It's like speaking another world's language has become an instinct. Pengda couldn't help but feel parched, his heart beating wildly. This sudden change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but fall into panic, secretly groaning. But beside him, there were a few strong men staring at him. Pengda could only force himself to calm down, holding his head with both hands, shaking his head. I only remember that my name is Pengda. As for the rest, damn, why can't I remember? No way. Did you lose your memory? How disappointing. He is not a Gu master. He is just a mortal. Is it so important whether he remembers or not? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The middle-aged bearded Emoli took a deep look at Pengda, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since you can't remember clearly, then forget it. I hope you can remember it one day. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to travel with my caravan? Pengda hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to stay in the desert alone. Uncle Emoli, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. No matter where you go now, please take me with you. Because I don't know where I should go. His face was blank, but it came from his heart. When he first arrived in this world, he really didn't know what to do. Then follow us. Emoli nodded and turned to instruct the people beside him. Arrange a camel for Pengda, yes. Someone immediately accepted the order. Kid, come with me. Pengda was led to the camel. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a camel? The Gu master who led him here was baffled. Kid, are you from Western Desert? You don't even recognize the Fire Kong camel? The Fire Kong camel did not have a hump. Its back was instead sunken, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel was lying in the round pit. It had soft fur and a suitable body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Gu master quickly put away the goods in the round pit and set up a tent on it. A portion of the goods was tied to the side of the camel, below the tent. Pengda could only continue to pretend to be in pain, saying, I don't remember, damn it, I can't remember. That Gu master glanced at him. I don't care what you forgot, but you have to remember, your life was saved by our leader. Since you joined the caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our place. You have to work, remember? Pengda quickly nodded. Of course, please instruct me. I will do my best. The Gu master lightly nodded, showing a barely satisfied expression. But at this time, the bearded Emoli's voice came from afar. Don't make things difficult for him. Let this young man rest and recover. Being able to meet in this huge desert, it is a kind of fate. It is not easy to make a living in this desert. The Gu master leading Pengda aside, saying, Leader, you are still so kind. Pengda heard this and had an even better impression of Emoli. He could not help but reply loudly. Uncle, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you well. Emoli laughed heartily. All right, kid, you should rest on the camel for a while. Next he shouted to everyone. We have rested enough, let's continue our journey. Thereupon, the camel bell rang, and this caravan started moving again, trekking on the vast desert. Pengda laid on the Fire Kong camel's back, feeling very comfortable. Being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was no longer the original one. He was clearly a native of another world. His skin was tan brown, his limbs were rough and his joints were bulky. So my soul only transmigrated and borrowed the body of a native of another world to revive. No wonder I can speak in the language of another world. It is a pity I did not fuse with this native's memories. But this is also good. My original body lacked training. My limbs were weak, but this body has a strong physique, and is also very young. Pengda could not sleep. After inspecting himself, He started to look around and observe this other world. There was nothing to see in the desert, but the people traveling with him broadened his horizons. The Fire Kong camel's food was actually some burning red charcoal. The caravan could actually create water out of thin air. They did not need to look for oases or water sources. Walking in the desert was a great guarantee of safety. At dusk, when they were about to set off, a Gu master in the caravan directly planted a seed on the surface of the desert. After a dozen or so breaths of time, trees grew and fruits grew. Pengde did not know what this fruit was called, but its flesh was very white and tender. It tasted sweet and fragrant. It was very appetizing. Pengde was amazed by every little detail in his life. During dinner, he could not help but ask the caravan leader Emoli, "Lad, it seems you really lost your memories. We are Gu masters. These are all Gu master methods." Emoli looked at Pengde with a strange expression. "Gu master?" Pengde was hearing this for the first time. Emoli's expression became even more strange. He pointed at Pengde. "Lad, you are also a Gu master, and a rank 2 Gu master." Ah, Pengde was surprised. After some understanding, Pengde came to a realization and became even more excited. So in this world, there is a type of people called Gu masters. They can use Gu worms to cultivate. Gu master cultivation is divided into rank 1 to 9. Most of the people in the caravan are rank 2. The highest is Uncle Emoli. He is rank 3. I am also a rank 2 Gu master. More accurately speaking, the original owner of this body was a rank 2 Gu master. When a Gu master cultivates to rank 6, they can be called Gu immortals. They can move mountains and seas. They can pluck the stars and moon. At rank 9, they are invincible in the world. They can reign supreme in the world. Oh heavens, what a beautiful world this is. Since heaven sent me here, it definitely wants me to accomplish something. I will definitely be one of a kind. I will definitely be able to stand above others. Right. After cultivating to rank 9, the feeling of being invincible in the world will definitely be wonderful. In his original world, Pengde was an ordinary person. He was an orphan. He had no parents and no lover. He could be said to have no attachments. He was extremely excited, until late at night. He could not resist the exhaustion and fell asleep. What he did not know was that the Gu masters in the caravan were also secretly discussing him. This lad actually lost his memories. I really don't know what to say. Should I say that his life is good or bad? Did he really lose his memories, or is he pretending to be dumb? There is no need to pretend, right? I think he was very surprised by the Fire Kong camel and our Gu master methods. It does not seem like he is pretending. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Gu master. I can use him. It is not a loss to save him. Emoli said. No one refuted this. Gu masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Pengde was a mortal, even if these Gu masters knew that he was still alive, they would not bother to save him. But since he was a Gu master, he had value in saving him. He could even get a camel as a form of transportation, as well as food and water. While discussing, Emoli suddenly frowned. His expression was dark. Listen, there seems to be some sound? Everyone's expression changed, because at the next moment, this sound became very loud. It rumbled and shook heaven and earth. Damn it! It seems to be a hurricane, a super large-scale hurricane. But this is Wolf Desert. How can there be a hurricane? Quickly move, protect the caravan, quickly move. The Gu masters hurriedly left the tent. They were stunned the moment they got outside. They saw an endless chi tide surging from ahead. It was like a tsunami connecting heaven and earth. The chi tide was like a mountain or a sea. Everywhere it went, sand and dust were swept up. It was extremely terrifying. Extreme fear filled all the Gu masters' faces. This was a calamity even more terrifying than a hurricane. At once, the Gu masters felt the intense aura of death. The caravan was definitely finished. They only wanted to save their lives now. Escape! Emoli gritted his teeth. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated with all his strength. The other Gu masters reacted like they were electrocuted. They followed suit and escaped in panic. In the abandoned caravan, the mortals screamed in fear. The camel group was also in a commotion. They were powerless. Only death seemed to be waiting for them. In this chaos, Peng De was still sleeping. He did not know that a fatal crisis had already enveloped him. P.S. Thank you, new alliance leaders. Thank you for your rewards. You are too awesome. I am also very surprised that Gu Battle Team is in the top 10. I feel that we are very strong. What moved me was that there were also many comments. Many people read books in high school, they have already graduated, and are looking for jobs. Some started reading Gu Venerable in elementary school. They are about to graduate from university. So we have been accompanying each other for so long. Thank you everyone, for your support and understanding. Yesterday made me very moved. It also made me even more determined to write. Quality first, quantity second. Strive to improve continuously. In the final volume of Gu Venerable, I will work hard to depict a magnificent era. Chapter 1982. The sky was pitch black. There were only 2 or 3 weak starlights. This was Black Heaven. The surroundings were quiet. 3 Gu immortals were moving stealthily in Black Heaven. The old Gu immortal on the left was thin like firewood. He had a hunched back and many age spots on his face. He was already at the end of his lifespan. The female immortal on the right wore an embroidered purple robe. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair reached her waist. She had a graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. At the center was a black-robed Gu immortal. He had a pale face and black hair that reached his chest. An intense cold killing intent was lingering around his body. They were Old Man Zheng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle, and Spectral Soul. The 3 of them were moving stealthily in Black Heaven. At this moment, Spectral Soul paused for a moment before saying plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's expressions did not change. They immediately surrounded Spectral Soul and started to set up defensive methods. Soon, the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Then a huge berserk wave of chi swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere the chi tide went, living beings perished. It was a tragic sight. The chi tide ruthlessly crushed the 3 immortals and lasted for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before it swept away. Spectral Soul and his servants let out sighs of relief. They stopped their defensive methods and showed themselves again. Old Man Zheng Yuan looked at the chi tide dispersing. He had a compassionate expression as he sighed heavily. After the 5 regions merged, to think that there would be such a change. Every once in a while, chi tides would appear, filling heaven and earth, sweeping away all living beings. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. Everywhere it goes, living beings perish. Who knows how many living beings will die? Even though Old Man Zheng Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only loyal to him. His nature did not change much. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was deducing something, but she soon gave up. Fairy Myrtle analyzed. There are differences in heaven and earth chi between the 5 regions. Thus, when Gu immortals come to another region and absorb heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures will shake. Thus, Gu immortals have to return to their homeland to undergo tribulations. The difference between the 2 energies of heaven and earth was also the reason for the formation of the boundary wall. Now that the 5 regional walls have completely disappeared, the vast heaven and earth energies in the 5 regions have started to converge. This is the reason for the chi tides. It's just that it's impossible to predict how long this energy tide will last, and whether its power will increase or decrease. We can't even calculate its trend. To deduce the answer to this problem, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have to do it. He had a deep understanding of chi path. Or perhaps Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. That was the only way to obtain such a large number of clues. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and cold. This chi tide is my obstruction. Most soul beasts find it hard to resist. Even if they manage to survive, their soul cores will be severely damaged. Spectral Soul really wanted to recover his strength. Devouring souls was the fastest shortcut. Originally, he wanted to take back the Gate of Life and Death. But unfortunately, the Gate of Life and Death had been secretly moved away. The battle in the Celestial Court was over. With Spectral Soul's current condition, he could not act recklessly. Thus, he He brought his two subordinates out of the celestial court. They came to Black Heaven and prepared to hunt soul beasts. There were many soul beasts living in Black Heaven. They formed into armies. They often used nether ants to open the path and roamed in Black Heaven. Their scale was often huge. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. Master, the Chi tide is causing trouble now. Please let us stay behind and assist Master. Old man Zheng Yuan suggested loyally. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying behind me? I alone am enough. Furthermore, I have something important to tell you. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They said together. Master, please tell us. Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily. Back then, I expended all my resources to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, and gave it to Feng Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that fate goo is destroyed, our plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus goo. I want you to find Feng Yuan and capture him alive to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo again. Spectral Soul's strength had fallen to rock bottom. If not for this, he would have interfered in the battle of the Celestial Court long ago. He wanted to rise up quickly and recover his strength. There were three crucial points: the door of life and death, the dream realm, and the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the door of life and death was gone, Spectral Soul was secretly disappointed. But this point could be replaced by soul beasts. One of the crucial dream realms was taken away by Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan used a portion of them in the battle of the Celestial Court, most of them were still in Feng Yuan's hands. Spectral Soul had to retrieve the dream realms. Only by retrieving the dream realms could he regain his great grandmaster attainment level in all paths. Other than that, the sovereign immortal aperture was also necessary. It could ensure that Spectral Soul could return to his peak state as much as possible. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the sovereign immortal aperture was well managed by Feng Yuan. If he could snatch it back, it would be the same as Feng Yuan's painstaking efforts earlier. With these three crucial points gathered, Spectral Soul would be able to regain his peak state and dominate the world. There were no clues about the door of life and death, but the dream realms and sovereign immortal aperture were focused on Feng Yuan. It was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul made Feng Yuan his main target. Old man Zheng Yuan frowned as he recalled. Master wants to deal with Feng Yuan? After this demon destroyed Fate Goo, he immediately left the Celestial Court. He did not participate in the following battle. He was in a hurry and acted strangely. I have no idea where he went. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the heaven path Dao marks. Feng Yuan could not even protect himself. He had to make this choice. Since he knew about Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements on Wisdom Goo, and did not hesitate to expend Wisdom Goo, he could naturally deduce that I had done something to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Thus, when he refined Goo, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Feng Yuan is a sly fellow. He used the other party's strength to make my plan fail. But Red Lotus was happy to see this. Scoundrel, let's deal with that old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to eliminate Fate Goo once and for all. Now that their plan had succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus were enemies. A mountain could not contain two tigers, not to mention two venerables. But how do we find Feng Yuan's traces now? Fairy Myrtle felt a headache. Why did she have to face the same problem, even after betraying the Celestial Court? When she was in the Celestial Court, she had thought of ways to deal with Feng Yuan. As a Wisdom Path great expert, she had already sensed the threat of Feng Yuan. But what was the use? Feng Yuan was too good at hiding. He was too good at concealing himself. His Wisdom Path attainment was best at preventing deductions from others. Furthermore, he was too vigilant. He did not leave any traces behind. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to deal with him, they could not do anything about it. It was like back then when the human race had immortal venerables and demon venerables. The variant humans could not resist them and hid. Primordial origin immortal venerable was also helpless. Fairy Myrtle lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Feng Yuan's location. It was like this when she was in the Celestial Court. It was still the same now. Thus, she could only ask Spectral Soul for help, hoping that this demon venerable would have a good idea. But facing this problem, even Spectral Soul was silent for a moment. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu was personally refined by him. He naturally tampered with it, and could sense the sovereign immortal body. But after the heaven path Tao marks were added to Feng Yuan's body, he could not do anything. This connection was completely severed. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We cannot find Feng Yuan for now, we will force him out." "How do we do that?" This demon Feng Yuan came, and went without anyone. He was a loner with no one to worry about. Even if he has any friends or family, with his ruthless nature, even if we threaten him, he will not show himself. Old man Zheng Yuan felt this was a difficult situation. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During the Battle of the Celestial Court, the scene of Feng Yuan destroying Fate Gu was already known to the world through everybody's vision killer move. The two of you will spread the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret. Tell the world that Feng Yuan was able to advance to rank 8 rapidly and destroy Fate, because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can devour apertures to avoid calamities and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan has to devour Gu Immortal's immortal apertures to continue his life. Whoever kills Feng Yuan will not only obtain many venerable inheritances, they will also have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It can help the Gu Immortal ascend to the venerable realm and become invincible in the world. After pausing for a while, Spectral Soul continued. This way, Feng Yuan will become the world's enemy. Tell the world about his current weakness. He has the heaven path Tao marks on him. He has no battle strength at all. If not for this, he would not have escaped in a hurry after the Gu refinement. With everyone fighting for us, where can Feng Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for now, he cannot hide forever. The two of you will go and open the secret treasuries that I have left behind. Those are the cultivation resources that I cannot use to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. They are very valuable. Use these resources to rebuild Shadow Sect and recruit more people for me. Aren't Feng Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan still outside? If we find them, we might be able to find clues about Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly agreed. Spectral Soul looked down. His gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of night as he looked at the 5 regions. The 5 regions have fused into one. Heaven and Earth Qi have fused into Qi tides that spread to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If Heaven and Earth Qi do not fuse completely, there will be no peace. The regional walls of the 5 regions will dilute and envelop the 5 regions. The immortal apertures of the 5 regions Gu Immortals will also be affected. The 2 Qi will be shaken. They can only rest and recuperate. The stronger the immortal aperture's foundation, the more time they have to recuperate. Feng Yuan will be forced to recuperate for a very long time. But the two of you were once members of the Celestial Court. You have phantom apertures. You will not be affected. You need to make use of this opportunity and work hard. We will follow Master's orders. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then what are you waiting for? Please take care of yourself, Master. We will take our leave. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly took their leave. Chapter 1983. Roar. In Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was fleeing in panic. This soul beast was shaped like a horse, but it had a human face. But right now, its face was filled with fear and shock. The ancient soul beast was panicking. It ran for its life. But soon, its movements slowed down. The cries of pain in its mouth also weakened rapidly. A few breaths of time later, it completely stopped in the air, floating quietly in the dense night sky. Without a sound, its mountain-like body slowly dissipated, revealing a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had a pale face. His black hair reached his chest. It was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul held a soul core in his hand. It was the condensation of the ancient soul beast's soul path essence. Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed the soul core in his mouth, chewing it like a bean before swallowing it. Without the help of a soul path killer move, I will need some time to digest it. Spectral Soul snorted in displeasure. Ever since he parted with Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Myrtle, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But who knew if his luck was bad? or if the chi tides killed too many living beings, he encountered very few soul beasts. Up until now, the soul beasts he met were all alone. At most, they were in groups of 3 to 5. This made him wonder if this was still Black Heaven. This efficiency is too low. Spectral Soul continued on his journey. If I still had my attainment level, I could use my intuition to determine the location of the Soul Beast army. Even Feng Yuan could not escape my senses. It is a pity that I have to start all over again now. However, Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Providence can no longer stop me from becoming a venerable. After I finish cultivating, I want to see who dares to show up. Even if they are venerables, I will kill them. Spectral Soul moved stealthily for a while before joy flashed on his face. He finally found a soul beast army. He quietly got closer, seeing that there were over 3 million soul beasts in this soul beast army. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they were of high quality. He only took a glance and saw 5 to 6 immemorial soul beasts, and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. Spectral Soul had a strong desire to kill. He was about to charge over when he suddenly discovered something. This discovery shocked him. Why are there Soul Path Gu Immortals? There were 3 Gu Immortals controlling the Soul Beast army. 3 Gu Immortals, 2 males and 1 female. The female was in the formation. She was the leader. She had an ordinary appearance. She had gray eyes and rank 8 aura. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in armor. His muscular arms were exposed. There were soul beast marks on his arms. The other was tall and thin. He held a bamboo cane. The 3 immortals were dressed in black robes. They had similar designs. They were from the same force. These are the Gu Immortals of Black Heaven. Spectral Soul quickly recognized the auras of the 3 immortals. He smiled coldly and changed his plan of attacking. He sneaked into the soul beast army. The 3 immortals were they and they the was. The rank 8 female immortal had been resting earlier. She spoke. Stop, let me control the army. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals heaved a sigh of relief. The tall and skinny one flattered. Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a scale. Even if the 2 of us cultivate diligently for 8 lifetimes, we won't be able to reach half of your abilities. The rank 8 female immortal glanced at the male immortal. She said unhappily, if you can't catch up to me after cultivating for 8 lifetimes, you might as well kill yourself. Oh, the tall and thin man knew that his flattery had gone awry. He had an awkward expression. The female immortal sighed. The 2 of you are the Gu Immortals with the highest chance of advancing after me. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, we are responsible for our own fate. The great era is coming. The peaceful and stable life of the past is gone forever. You need to have the heart to improve. If you do not have such a resolution, our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be submerged by the tides of the new era. Aunt, you are right. The tall and thin man nodded. As for the tall and sturdy male immortal, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again, continuing. The 5 regions are united. Heaven and earth chi have fused. Chi tides are sweeping the world. Even the black and white heavens are not immune. Wherever the chi tides go, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens will no longer be able to hide. Their locations will be exposed. This time, our Black Heaven Grotto Heavens Gu Immortals are meeting to discuss how to deal with this situation. At that time, you will be representing yourselves, as well as the face of our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Remember this. Yes, Aunt Lady. Don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals replied respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that while they were talking, Spectral Soul had already sneaked to their side and heard every word of their conversation. So that's it. Spectral Soul had a thought. Heaven and earth chi have fused. The grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens are also affected. The reason is the same as the 5 regions Gu Immortals having to rest and recuperate. But the 5 regions Gu Immortals are more deeply affected. This is the black and white heavens after all. The Gu Immortals can still move around with difficulty. There had always been many grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens. Even Spectral Soul could not estimate the number of these grotto heavens. This time, the change in heaven and earth was unprecedented. These grotto heavens could not be hidden anymore. They were like fish that were blown out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a great opportunity. He continued to conceal himself as he followed the three immortals. After spending half a day, the three immortals finally arrived at their destination with their soul beast army. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was open. There were already many people around. They had quite a large commotion. The million soul beast army that the three immortals brought over painstakingly was not outstanding here. They were at most slightly superior. So friends from soul pacifying grotto heaven are here. Seeing the three immortals, a Gu immortal flew out of a night heavenly wolf group. This Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a fierce and ruthless aura. He had the air of a formidable character. Night heavenly wolf lord is early. The rank 8 female immortal of soul pacifying grotto heaven smiled and replied. We were too slow, Lady Cold Ash. Night heavenly wolf lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the open grotto heaven entrance. Those variant human Gu immortals have already entered. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise, as a human rank 8, I would be ostracized. Lady Cold Ash nodded, showing a solemn expression. In this meeting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the one who communicated with us. He is a snowman Gu immortal to begin with. He also opened his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It will naturally become the territory of variant human Gu immortals. Let's go in and take a look. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the soul beast army. She only ordered several immemorial soul beasts to enter the grotto heaven's entrance with her. Spectral Soul had already possessed one of the immemorial soul beasts without anyone noticing. He also followed them in. Once they entered the grotto heaven, the temperature fell sharply. It was a world of ice and snow. Looking down at the ground, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The tall mountains were made of frost crystals. It was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystals, there was an ice and snow palace. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord came to the palace. After placing the immemorial soul beasts and immemorial night heavenly wolves on the square of the palace, they entered the palace together. Spectral Soul waited for a while. He successfully saw through the details of the ice and snow palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the palace. At the main seat of the palace sat a snowman Gu immortal. He had a Fongjing face and a majestic aura. He was likely Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than them, there were 3 variant human rank 8s. They were Rockmen, Hairy Men and Eggmen. To think that in this black heaven variant human forces actually have the upper hand. They have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it and understood. After humans became the rulers, variant humans could not survive in the 5 regions. They were chased to the edges of the world, struggling at death's door. Black Heaven and White Heaven were naturally the first choice for variant humans to roam. This place was extremely vast. Grotto heavens were hidden. Even venerables could not find them, unless they had a definite clue. Thus, variant humans were the first to establish their foundation in Black Heaven and White Heaven. They continued to develop. Even though human Gu immortals entered Black Heaven and White Heaven, they mostly explored and gathered resources. Only a small portion of rank 8 Gu immortals placed their grotto heavens in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Human grotto heavens were different from variant human grotto heavens. The latter were taken care of by providence. Their calamities and tribulations were weak, but the former were different. As time passed, human grotto heavens continued to be established and eliminated. Only a small portion managed to survive. But variant human grotto heavens had a long history. Their forces continued to grow. The 6 rank 8 Gu immortals discussed. If the 5 regions are united, chi tides will invade the world. Our grotto heavens will be exposed. I propose to unite and resist the 5 regions. How can we resist the 5 regions? Even though our grotto heavens are plentiful, how can we compare to the 5 regions in terms of resources? Even if we unite, we will not be the match of the 5 regions' humans. Furthermore, even if we unite, we might not trust each other. After all, there is a difference in our identities. Don't worry. Even though we are humans, Ancestor Pacifying Soul was forced to escape to Black Heaven. He has already severed ties with the 5 regions. More directly, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose our identities. After all, we have a deep grudge with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Fellow immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you only want to work together? Have you not thought of taking a step forward? Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the situation of humanity's dominance has been completely broken. The 5 regions Gu immortals need to rest and recuperate. This is the best chance for us to act first. We are born in Black Heaven. We are the least affected, we can barely move. If we do not make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what is your plan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed, saying with a heavy expression, the 5 regions are huge and rich in resources. Even if we combine our Grotto Heavens, we cannot compare to them. The world will descend into chaos. If we do not move forward, when the 5 regions settle down, we will be exterminated by the 5 regions Gu immortals. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival. P.S. Last night, I received an encouraging message from Feng Yuan, congratulating him for becoming the first alliance leader of this book. In fact, these last 2 days I have been very moved. The response and enthusiastic support from all my readers made me feel that writing this book was the right thing to do. Today, I want to respond to everyone's strong support and sincere encouragement. Thank you. The Gu Immortal team has a high ranking. I welcome more friends to join. Join method. Chidian app. Click on Discover. Enter Activity Center. Find the Fan Team Activity drop down. Join Gu Immortal Team. Chapter 1984. Lady Cold Ash was the first to fly out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's entrance. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals guarding outside immediately went to welcome them. Aunt, the tall and thin Gu Immortal asked in concern. How did the discussion go? Lady Cold Ash shook her head. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The two talked for a while before separating. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord led the wolf group, while Lady Cold Ash led the Soul Beast army, returning to their respective Grotto Heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed. They did not know that Spectral Soul had been lurking around them. Spectral Soul had wanted to hunt the Soul Beast army, but after this matter, he changed his mind. Just from the name Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, it was clear that it was a Soul Path sect. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 were Soul Path Gu Immortals. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven definitely had abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Ignoring everything else, just the Soul Beast army that they had was a huge feast for Spectral Soul. The Chi tides will sweep through the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heaven will not be able to hold themselves back. Hee. I can make use of their strength to attack the other venerable forces in advance. I will rise up even faster. Spectral Soul not only wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, he also wanted to deal with the other venerable forces, like Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Spectral Soul could revive and become a venerable again. The other venerables were the same. Right now, Feng Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Spectral Soul had to look at the big picture. Even though killing was second nature to him, he had many ways to kill. Borrowing someone else's strength to kill was also a brilliant method of killing. It was suitable for him now. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 immortals did not know that they in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were already under the shadow of Spectral Soul. Elsewhere, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Gu immortals in Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven paid their respects. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest want to form an alliance with us to resist the 5 regions. I am in a difficult position. Gu Immortal Yiji nodded. It is. In the current situation, fate is destroyed. The 5 regions have merged. Heaven and Earth Chi have fused completely. No Grotto Heaven can hide under the Chi tides. We are weak. If the 5 regions attack us in the future, we will not be able to resist them. But we do not need to fight against them. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. This is a fact. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. Why don't we join the 5 regions? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yiji knows me well. I have the same thoughts. Wolf Lord laughed. Demon I am SS. Even if the 5 regions don't have the intention to attack me, once they unite they will. Yiji frowned. But it's not appropriate to rely on the 5 regions. Heaven's first, Heaven's King, Northern Valley of Plains of. Eve first Chi Dragon 2 of all. Wolf God. Demon Soul. Moon Dragon Emperor King. Soul Sect Immortal King. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, I have already discussed with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will work together. We will also ally with Human Grotto Heavens. As for which of the 5 regions to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Celestial Court is the best choice. We can contact them secretly. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was a formidable person. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, his political skills were also very shrewd. No one in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven dared to defy him. Since he made such a decision, the Gu Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to object. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Ding Ling was in charge of it now. Fate Gu's restoration failed. Celestial Court was in ruins after the intense battle. It was still mostly in ruins. This is a disgrace. Qin Ding Ling put down the letter Gu in her hand, resting for the moment. Her expression was calm but her gaze flickered. Memories surfaced in her mind. Her anger was building up. After Red Lotus scheme succeeded, Duke Long died on the way, and Feng Yuan retreated. But the 3 regions Gu Immortals wanted to destroy Celestial Court. No one retreated. At the moment of life and death, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables methods started to take effect. All sorts of anger, bad luck, dejection, and so on descended on the 3 regions Gu Immortals, causing their conditions to fall sharply. This method was used to deal with Feng Yuan, but it was intercepted by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the match between the 2 Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion was also resolved. Limitless laughed heartily. The 2 Venerables' silhouettes dissipated at the same time. Without Limitless suppression, Primordial Origins methods started to take effect again. Fortunately, even though Feng Jioge betrayed them at the last moment, he only helped Feng Yuan refine Gu. He did not make things difficult for Celestial Court. Celestial Court was able to take a breather. They counterattacked and reversed the situation with great difficulty. The 3 regions Gu Immortals had no choice but to use Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to suppress the situation. They had no choice but to retreat. Outside Celestial Court, there were still people who wanted to plunder Central Continent, but at this time, the first Chi Tide occurred. The 3 regions Gu Immortals' immortal apertures became unstable. They had no choice but to retreat. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not give chase. After personally witnessing Feng Yuan refining Fate Gu, their fighting spirit and fighting spirit were no longer strong. The battle ended. The battered Celestial Court licked its wounds and cleaned up the mess. Duke Long died. Fairy Myrtle also betrayed them and sided with Spectral Soul. After the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed for a while, they elected Qin Ding Ling to take over as the temporary leader. During this period of time after the battle, Qin Ding Ling was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with all sorts of matters. Qin Ding Ling looked calm on the surface, but there was a fire burning in her heart. The Great Celestial Court actually lost. It was a complete and utter defeat. She was eager to wash away this humiliation, but reason told her not to be rash. Because everything had changed, Celestial Court was no longer the Celestial Court of the past. The enemies were no longer the enemies of the past. Even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Ding Ling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path Mortal Gu in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans. He wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the number 1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, Only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate Gu has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. Intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Ding Ling started to think about this problem. Qin Ding Ling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path Gu Worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and Longevity Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins. He did not conceal their hatred towards Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling felt troubled. The current Celestial Court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world. Heaven and earth qi converged. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals. But the Celestial Court could not do that. Firstly, most of the Celestial Court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the Celestial Court members would continue to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way, the Celestial Court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Ding Ling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Ding Ling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul. Their whereabouts were unknown. The former two knew the secrets of the Celestial Court, while the latter had the soul of a demon venerable, who dared to underestimate them. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. She felt that this was an important matter. She summoned Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is important, but the current situation is not clear. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, and these 6 Gu Immortals are only rank 8s in the Black Heaven above Central Continent. What about the Black Heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu Immortals are in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture. He did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth qi. Qin Ding Ling accepted his suggestion. She decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Jun Shenguang handed over an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "I have organized this list. They are all Gu Immortal seeds with great talent. And most importantly, they are loyal to the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sections. However, there's one person that I can't make the decision on my own. I'll need everyone to discuss it together before making a decision." Jun Shenguang organized this list. There were many Mortal Gu masters. They were all people with extraordinary aptitude. The Celestial Court lost the battle. The immortal graveyard was completely destroyed by Feng Yuan. Almost everything was being rebuilt. There were many things waiting to be done. Adding on the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Celestial Court had already decided to nurture more Gu Immortals regardless of the cost. Qin Ding Ling took the Gu Worm and probed it with her divine sense. There were many names on the list. Crane Gate's recommendation Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley's recommendation Shao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor's Wei Wushang. But when it came to Spirit Affinity House, the list was empty. Qin Ding Ling sighed, her expression becoming complex. She naturally knew the specific list for Spirit Affinity House. It was definitely Feng Kim Hong. But after the Fate War, Feng Zhouge changed sides and betrayed the Celestial Court. His whereabouts were unknown. As his daughter, Feng Kim Hong's situation was quite awkward. She was originally taken in as a disciple by Duke Long. She was the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But now that Duke Long was dead and Fate was destroyed, Great Dream Immortal Venerable no longer had to rely on her. Zhou Xiongxian's concern was, if the Celestial Court continued to nurture Feng Kim Hong, what would Celestial Court do if she betrayed them like her father? Although Feng Kim Hong was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, the first disciple taught by Duke Long had schemed for millions of years, destroying Fate Gu of the Celestial Court. Would Feng Kim Hong, this second disciple, inherit this fine tradition in the future? Let's hold off on this list for now, we can discuss it later. P.S. Oh my god! Are all of you so ferocious? These days, many new alliance leaders emerged. Thank you to Noon Nightmare, Fang Yuan, Little Shudong, Little Prince CC, Immortal Killer Move Miri itself, Moon Songya, Buddhist Scripture Lecture, Taoist Profound Gate, Purple Lightning Berserk God and others for their tens of thousands of gifts. Thank you to Demon Venerable Guyue for your astonishing gifts, you are truly ferocious. Congratulations on becoming this book's #1 alliance leader and #1 fan. Thank you to all the readers who supported this book, gifted and voted for it. The Gu Immortal Battle team is supported by all of you. You are truly amazing. Chapter 1985. Central Continent Lake Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land, there was a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. There was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold, it was like jade, it had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew, this was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed. The world was silent. It was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point of Quiet Rain. Thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jioge betrayed the Celestial Court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Hong's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley. It was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry. He came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal. It was like the clouds in the sky. It was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding. It rose and fell abruptly. It was like an eagle flying in the sky. It tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded. The flute sound echoed. It was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sounds started to interact. They played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal. Eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge. There was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one. They formed a mixed sound. It had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion. Two gu worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were two sound path mortal gu, zither gu and flute gu. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Hong's arrival. She slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love. It was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time. He said, immortal and demonic are of the same family. Primordial origin immortal venerable was originally called primordial demon venerable by many variant humans. The meaning of this song is extraordinary. Your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it. But during the Fate War, he used it. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded. I know. Last time, the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the Celestial Court. This time, the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the celestial court quickly approved it. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly. Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Juning and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome? My daughter. Hee hee. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. Mother, why are you testing me like this? Ever since father betrayed me and left the celestial court, I was mentally prepared. Right now, the dream path immortal goo have not been taken away. The situation is already very good. Feng Kim Hong said. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and revealed a slight smile. It is not that the righteous path does not have robberies. It is just that it is often covered with a layer of righteousness and morality. It is already very good that you can comprehend this. But you don't have to worry too much. After your father left the celestial court, he created Destiny's Song. His outstanding battle strength is seen by everyone. The celestial court and spirit affinity house will not dare to easily deal with you. Feng Kim Hong showed an unhappy expression. Mother, you don't need to speak for father. Even though I can understand father, I will not forgive him. He suddenly left the celestial court without informing us. This is abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. Hee. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she shook her head. She walked towards Feng Kim Hong and held her hand. You misunderstood your father. That immortal and demonic dual song is a song of love that he has always treasured. Other than singing it in front of me, he has never used it for anything else. He only used it during the Fate War to tell me that immortal and demonic are together. His feelings for me have never changed. Even if he leaves the righteous path and returns to the demonic path, it will not affect our relationship as a family of three. Do you believe it? As long as I show any signs of leaving Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to receive me. It is just that he understands me. He knows that I do not want to become a member of the demonic path. Thus he gave us a chance to choose freely. He does not want his ideals to become a burden to us. Feng Kim Hong snorted coldly. Father would rather help the great demon Feng Yuan than help Master. Master is indeed stubborn. He always talks about fate, but he has good intentions towards us. He is truly thinking for me. Father's actions are too cold and emotionless. Mother, since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not urge her daughter to stay. Feng Kim Hong left Quiet Rain Valley and saw two female Gu masters. One was beautiful, the other cute. They were all Feng Kim Hong's subordinates. They were standing outside the valley anxiously. Seeing Feng Kim Hong, they immediately showed joyful expressions and welcomed him. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over. The beautiful one was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to take your spot. Sun Yao's cute and round face was filled with unease. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were on good terms with Feng Kim Hong. They had always been Feng Kim Hong's followers. But in recent years, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating Dream Path with Duke Long. He did not have much time to interact with these two anymore. Feng Kim Hong laughed heartily. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Yao's forehead. Oh you did well this time. Why are you apologizing? The recommendation spot is only a small matter. Can't I become an immortal without any help? To me, becoming an immortal is not an obstacle. It is just that I need to consider what kind of Gu immortal I become. But to you, this is a rare opportunity, make good use of it. After saying that to Sun Yao, Feng Kim Hong looked at Qin Wan. You have always had your own ideas, you can persevere. This time, with the Dao marks on your body, why did you faint? If it wasn't for that, the recommendation spot would have been yours. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister is right. I was too lazy in my cultivation. It is not like that, senior sister. It was senior sister Qin Wan who was injured back then. She could not endure the pain and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's it. Feng Kim Hong nodded, saying regretfully, this is a huge loss indeed. Feng Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, scattering them to everyone in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you receive, the more benefits you will have in the future. Be it cultivation or immortal aperture management, there are no benefits. But it is fine even if you don't. This is just a fortuitous encounter. What determines your life's achievements will depend on your own talent and hard work. Yes, Qin-wan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin-wan bowed. Feng Kim-hong laughed again. Let's go, I will give you some pointers. Qin-wan and Sun Yao immediately showed joyful expressions. The latter even jumped up and down cheering. This is great, we have not gathered for a long time. The three walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Inside the valley, Fairy Bai Qing slowly retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you have grown up. Fairy Bai Qing showed a gratified expression. Feng Kim-hong had a deep understanding of her own situation, the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. She also had her own thoughts on Feng Zhuge's actions. Her foundation was also very solid. Maybe it was because you betrayed the Celestial Court that promoted your daughter's maturity. Let her walk her own path. As a mother, all I can do is give her my blessings. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them, and still want a yard after being given an inch, I, Bai Qing, will not give in. Fairy Bai Qing had a cold expression. At the same time, at another place on Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder Su Hao and Li Juning took the initiative to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become a Gu Immortal. She had been sent by Spirit Affinity House to become the Lord of Affection Peak. She could reach her current accomplishments not only because of her own hard work, but also because of Su Hao and Li Junying's support. In terms of Gu Immortal cultivation and immortal aperture management, Zhao Lianyun had also received guidance from the two immortals. She did not take many detours. Zhao Lianyun engraved these kindness in her heart. This time, when Su Hao and Li Juning came to visit, she immediately came out of closed cultivation and interrupted her cultivation to personally receive them. But after hearing the two immortals' intentions, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, do you want me to use the influence of the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Kim-hong and Fairy Bai Qing? That's right, this is the best opportunity. Feng Zhuge betrayed us at the last moment, causing our celestial court to suffer a great defeat and fate to be destroyed. If we continue to attack now, we will definitely be able to defeat our opponents. Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Zhuge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past, he wanted nothing more than for Feng Zhuge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Zhuge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Zhuge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Zhuge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. This, Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Zhuge has already betrayed Celestial Court. Seniors, you have enmity with him. But why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it. The scene when you fought with Feng Kim-hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy. Li Juning urged. If you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sect's recommendation list was originally Feng Kim-hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget. Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim-hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim-hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim-hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim-hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. Back then, did that demon Feng Zhuge spare us? You are too kind, Lianyun. Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade. Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed. Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim-hong of the spot. From this, It seems that the attitude of the celestial court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the celestial court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end. Only when the victor is determined will it stop. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling, in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. Chapter 1986. Wake up, lad. Peng De groaned and struggled to open his eyes. He saw an uncle with a full beard slapping his face with a rough palm. Peng De was dazed for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. Uncle Emoli, he called out. Didn't I sleep on the hunchback? Peng De looked around and couldn't help but be stunned again. The surroundings were covered in sand. The caravan was nowhere to be seen. Only he and Emoli were left. They were in a sorry state. It hurts. Peng De groaned. He found his body was covered in injuries. Uncle Emoli looked at Peng De and sighed. Lad, I really don't know what to say about you. You are really lucky. Many Gu masters tried to escape but died. You're still alive in your sleep. However, if I had not discovered your weak aura in time and dug you out, you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Uncle Emoli, you've saved me again. Peng De grabbed Emoli's hands in gratitude. But what exactly is going on? This is a natural disaster. I have never seen it before. Uncle Emoli heaved a heavy sigh. Then, what about our caravan? Sigh, only the two of us are left now. What? Peng De's eyes opened wide as he cursed in his heart. Why is this world so dangerous? Natural disasters happen at the drop of a hat. I only slept for a while and I almost died again. My heavens, what kind of world did I come to? They simply do not treat humans as humans. The living environment is too vile. At least we are still alive. Emoli knocked on Peng De's head. Look at you. You are still not satisfied? To be able to survive such a natural disaster is already the greatest fortune. Look at me. Emoli pointed at his chest. I struggled for most of my life to have this caravan. Now it is all gone. Let's not worry too much. This damned life can only be like this. Sigh, if only I could become an immortal. Immortal? Are there still immortals in this world? Emoli glanced at Peng De. You really forgot everything? You even forgot about immortals? Sigh, I'll explain to you later. Let's leave this place first. Peng De then followed Emoli to the nearest oasis. Peng De followed behind Emoli and carefully asked, Are there a lot of these calamities? Of course, Emo said in a weathered tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. The sandstorm was an assassin who often visited. Sometimes there would be flying knife hurricanes. Every gust of wind could condense into a huge wind blade, cutting everything in its path. Other than natural disasters, there were also evil beasts. For example, this is the wolf desert. Sand wolves are the most common. Howl! As Molly was speaking, a group of desert wolves suddenly drilled out of the desert. Wolves, wolves! Peng De jumped up in fright. Oh my God, they came out from under the sand. There are so many of them. What should we do, Uncle? Emoli's expression was grave as he cursed. Damn it! Why haven't these sand wolves been wiped out by the natural disaster? But thinking about it, it was not strange. The Qi tide was a phenomenon formed by the fusion of the Qi of heaven and earth, and it originated from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would never kill everyone. Everything would leave a slim chance of survival. Since Emoli and Peng De could survive, there was naturally a chance for other life forms to survive as well. The sand wolves appeared from all directions, but strangely, although they noticed Peng De and Emoli, they did not attack. Instead, they quickly gathered and howled while staring at the desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of horrifying rustling sounds could be heard as golden scorpions drilled out of the ground. Each of these golden scorpions was the size of a millstone. Pengde felt a chill down his spine. The golden scorpions and the sand wolves started a fierce battle. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves, and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Emily and Pengde who were close to them. Pengde's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. We have to break out. Emily gritted his teeth with a determined expression. But uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sand wolves. Pengde wanted to cry but had no tears. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Emily said and was about to move. Lad, can you fight? I can't, I lost my memory. These sand wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out. Emily said this and laughed. If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone, there is still me. Pengde could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Emily started to break out. Pengde shouted, Uncle, wait for me. He could only follow behind Emily with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Emily shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel two wild beasts before the two were surrounded by the beast group. We failed to break out. Emily sighed and gave up on resisting. Pengde clutched his head and fell into despair. His legs were trembling. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be it many 5 regions or many 9 heavens, they were in chaos. Many southern borders mountains collapsed, and the terrain was unstable. Many central continents rivers changed directions and flooded. Many western deserts sandstorms engulfed oases and cities Kokitahara. A fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire immortal material frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow dow marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow dow marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path dow marks. We cannot let these frost ice flames spread. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Feng Yuan to manage 3 Sacred Mountain. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 Sacred Mountain. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, with their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no, the frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Shui Air's expression was pale. She was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Feng Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Shui Air was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Shui Air held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Feng Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race, but because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Feng Yuan's expectations. But right at this time a figure appeared. Feng Yuan. Shui Air was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Feng Yuan grabbed at the air. Grabbing several times, he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fang Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan, his body shook, and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Shui Er felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens, so many Heaven Path Dao marks, there are at least 1,000? Shui Er covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui Er, as he vanished from Shui Er's sight along with the frost ice flames. Shui Er's heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many Heaven Path Dao marks on him. No wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh, I am so useless, I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui Er. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokitahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Dao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge, Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Heaven Path Dao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge, it involved many aspects. From the rise and fall of mountains, to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokitahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my Sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from it. It will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. But this method expends too much foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan had no value to him anymore. Thus, Red Lotus schemed to use the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fang Yuan and restrict his growth speed. And even though Fang Yuan had already predicted this, he had no choice but to jump into this trap. Because Fang Yuan found that Sovereign Immortal Fetus, Gu might have been tampered with by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan needed to use these Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Spectral Soul's methods. Red Lotus had been making use of Fang Yuan. This could be seen from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan was also making use of Red Lotus. Only by using this Demon Venerable's plan could Fang Yuan successfully resolve the huge problem of Fate Gu. At the same time, he could use this million-year plan to help himself escape from Spectral Soul's control. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to transform the immortal aperture, while Fang Yuan took the initiative to interfere. The Heaven Path Dao marks were transforming the sovereign immortal aperture. He also actively participated, resisting and cooperating with them to preserve his foundation. It was this cooperation and resistance that made Fang Yuan gain many insights. The grand and merciless Heaven Dao, the active resistance of human path. These two resonated with each other in Fang Yuan's mind. It is about time. After a long while, Fang Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body came to the outside world of the 5 regions. He was in Western Desert. There was a short tree in front of him. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked, like monstrous claws. It was extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge. It was 500 to 600 feet tall. It was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. There were many small fruits among the flowers. They were not ripe. They were of different colors. It was that 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree, there was an immortal formation set up by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan stored the immortal formation. He uprooted the 1,000-wish tree and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action immediately caused the wind and clouds to surge. A surge of qi waves spread in all directions. Feng Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a rainbow light and flew into the sky. The qi waves swept the surrounding desert, producing rumbling sounds. Peng De and Emily failed to break out. They were surrounded by the desert wolves. They were about to attack when the qi waves spread. The desert wolves were in chaos. They fled in all directions. Peng De was shocked. Another natural disaster. Emily opened his eyes wide. He took a look and laughed. Haha, we are saved. This is not a natural disaster. It is at most a hurricane. Let's go. P.S. Thank you Alliance Leader for the cultivation broccoli reward. Thank you Alliance Leader Yenchen Tianyu Yen for the amazing reward. Chapter 1987. After the qi tide, the sky was clear and the clouds were sparse. It was a refreshing scene. A yellow cloud was flying in the sky, leaving behind countless specks of light sand along the way. A female immortal was sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a plump body and a round waist. She was a member of Western Desert's Super Force Mo clan. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, she had a title Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She considered being fat to be beautiful. After knowing this title, she liked it very much. From then on, she called herself that in public. As time passed, even her original name was covered by this title. While flying on the yellow cloud, Plump Lady's expression suddenly changed. She sensed something amiss. Thus, the yellow cloud turned and flew diagonally. After changing its route slightly, it stopped in the air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud, looking at the huge pit below her. This huge pit was already partially covered by the sand that was blown by the wind, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was very familiar with the terrain of sand pits. This is not a naturally formed sand pit. Something was taken away from it, leaving behind an empty space. This aura. It is the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Gu immortal had secretly taken away an ancient desolate plant here. Plump Lady snorted coldly, feeling anger in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this was Wolf Desert. It was her Mo clan's territory. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing Mo clan's wealth. This ancient desolate plant can conceal itself from my clan's investigation. It must be quite extraordinary. It was probably discovered by someone long ago, but they did not take it away. Now that the qi tide is going to cause trouble, the person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that the qi tide would harm this ancient desolate plant. That's why they took action. Plump Lady analyzed inwardly, carefully inspecting the scene. The intruder's movements were very clean. He did not leave behind any obvious clues. She was disappointed. She could only use an information path Gu worm to inform Mo clan, hoping that the clan could send experts to track and capture this damn thief. Plump Lady used an information path Gu worm to record some of the situation before setting off again. She naturally had an important matter to attend to this trip. She could not waste any more time here. As she flew, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city in the center. Although the city walls were short, they were huge. A large number of mortals lived in the city. This was Sand Wolf City. Sand Wolf City was one of the main cities of the Mo clan. The Plump Lady didn't hide her tracks, and directly descended to the city lord's manor. There were already people in the city master's mansion who were prepared to receive the Plump Lady. When they saw the Plump Lady, they all knelt on the ground and shouted, "We greet the immortal! Get up, all of you!" The Plump Lady withdrew the yellow cloud, stepped on the ground, and walked in front of the crowd. "Exalted immortal, your welcome banquet is ready. It has the best wine and delicacies in Sand Wolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today," the city lord said flatteringly. However, the Plump Lady waved her hand. She was not interested and only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to train in seclusion. Also, I asked you to gather talented and loyal Gu masters. How is it going?" "It's about time. Most of the Gu masters in the city have already been selected. The city lord quickly replied, "Very good. In 3 days, I will take them away. Now go and do your work." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord hurriedly promised. The secret room's door slowly closed. Plump Lady activated the goo formation inside. She had an exhausted expression as her divine sense entered her immortal aperture. Seeing the scene inside, she let out a deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was a flat area. At the center of the desert, Plump Lady had arranged over 6,000 acres of sand fields. These sand fields mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand of various colors, as well as cold and warm quicksand. This was a trade that Plump Lady had been doing for a long time. But during the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to transform. The terrain became undulating. Sand dunes were increasing in number. There was even an earth trench that resembled a blade that slashed down horizontally. It cut across the entire desert center. A huge area of sand fields had suffered great losses. I don't have wisdom path methods. I cannot deduce and restrain this natural transformation, unless I ask a wisdom path goo immortal for help. But my foundation is too low. I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady sighed internally. Mo clan also had wisdom path goo immortals, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if they were close, wisdom path deductions would expend immortal essence. They could not sacrifice it for Plump Lady. Therefore, there had to be some sort of reward. Furthermore, I have been absorbing heaven and earth chi recently. My immortal aperture is becoming unstable. At this moment, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi were no longer obstructed. They were actively fusing. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was also changing. This caused the foundation of Western Desert's goo immortals' immortal apertures to be different from the outside world's heaven and earth chi. When goo immortals absorbed these different heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would become unstable and cause turbulence. But the best way for goo immortals to deal with it was to cooperate and absorb the heaven and earth chi frequently. If they went into closed cultivation, when the outside world's heaven and earth chi changed greatly, they would open their immortal aperture's entrance to connect to the outside world. The turbulence would be even greater. The damage to the immortal aperture would be even more severe. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to make up for the loss of heaven and earth chi. Wisdom path was a high and mighty path. While chi path had been declining for a long time, there were very few chi path goo immortals. Plump Lady's thoughts were just fantasies. They were unrealistic. She could only console herself. Even though she did not have the help of wisdom path or chi path, the other goo immortals did not either. Thus, she would not be eliminated and left behind immediately. Plump Lady had a deep sense of danger. This was a common feeling among the goo immortals of the 5 regions. The 5 regions were united. Everyone knew that the future would not be peaceful. Thus, be they goo immortals who cultivated alone, or the various forces, they were all preparing for the upcoming battle. This time, Plump Lady came to Sand Wolf City on orders to gather more goo immortal seeds for Mo clan to nurture. In fact, not just Mo clan, not just Western Desert, the whole of the 5 regions, and even the Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heavens were preparing for war. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had been relatively peaceful. When super forces nurtured goo immortals, they would first consider resources and reserves. But now all forces were preparing for war. They were even going all out. Almost all forces placed their resources after goo immortals. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough goo immortals, when the enemy exterminated them in the future, the cultivation resources that they could not use would belong to others. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Plump Lady looked at the sand fields in her immortal aperture, her heart bleeding. She could not give up on these 6,000 acres of sand fields. This was her only source of income. It was her main source of income for her cultivation. Plump Lady could only try to protect it. The future was unpredictable. She did not know how long the chi tides would last, but she had to try her best to protect them. In the current world, only Feng Yuan knows how long the qi tides will last. He has spring-autumn cicada after all. He was reborn from the future. Plump Lady was very envious of this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand fields in her immortal aperture, repairing the goo formation inside. The earth trench could not be repaired. Therefore, the originally neat and tidy 6,000 acres of sand field was split into two halves. If only I had an immortal formation. Plump Lady felt some regret. Mo clan also had a formation path Gu Immortal. Back then, when setting up the sand fields, Mo clan's formation path Gu Immortal had asked Plump Lady if she needed his help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want her immortal aperture to be exposed. On the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she needed an immortal Gu in her possession to construct the immortal formation. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. Secondly, the compensation for Mo clan's formation path, Gu Immortal, was not cheap. If I had set up the immortal formation back then, my losses would have been much lower. Sigh. Who could have thought that my own immortal aperture would not be safe? Plump Lady thought of this, and could not help but feel envious of that formation path Gu Immortal in her clan. In this current period, this Mo clan's formation path Gu Immortal was quite popular. Many people sought his help to set up protective immortal formations for the resource points in their immortal apertures. Plump Lady hated her own Earth Path cultivation. Earth Path was good at changing terrain, but there were the most Earth Path Gu Immortals in Western Desert. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for dual cultivation, Plump Lady did not dare to have such an arrogant thought. She only cultivated Earth Path now, but she did not have enough time and money. Cultivating 2 paths was simply courting death. Moreover, only those rare and outstanding inheritances had methods to cultivate both. For example, if Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long had left their inheritances. After Plump Lady repaired the sand fields in her immortal aperture, she needed to buy some sand. Sand fields use sand to store sand. Without enough immortal material, sand and rocks, the production would be greatly affected. Plump Lady took out a Gu worm and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. All sorts of information appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. A large number of wills were talking and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, Gu Immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth qi frequently to keep up with the world. On the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, Gu Immortals needed immortal materials. They needed help from Gu Immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in Jewel Yellow Skies became very lively. There's another wave of qi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this qi tide going to end? Damn it. My fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth qi to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The Gu Immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the qi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Feng Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Feng Yuan had obtained too many heaven path Dao marks. His strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus Gu was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying. He can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Feng Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The Gu immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow. He devours other people's immortal apertures. He is the bane and enemy of us Gu immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I am just a minor character. How could I encounter Feng Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward. I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Feng Yuan and offending him. How lucky can he be? We have all seen Feng Yuan's battle strength. Even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. Even if I accidentally find him, I will not dare to expose his information. Plump Lady listened to the discussions of the Gu immortals, her emotions fluctuating. This news had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies many days ago. It had been in a huge commotion, and was still being discussed now. It was extremely popular and showed no signs of weakening. The fate battle was witnessed by everyone in the world. Feng Yuan's performance was truly shocking and terrifying. His pseudo-venerable battle strength was known by the world. The title of the #1 demon in the world had already been given to him. No one did not respect him. It is best if I do not meet such a great person in my life. No matter how fat I am still a small person. If I get involved in this battle between great experts, not even a speck of dust will be left. Plump Lady knew her limits. She only wanted to watch the show. However, she did not know that she had once fought with Feng Yuan. In fact, the thief who stole the ancient desolate plant that she had just discovered was Feng Yuan. Just as the Plump Lady was cultivating in seclusion, two figures in a sorry state supported each other as they slowly made their way to the entrance of the Sand Wolf City. The city guards did not chase them away, because they had already recognized that these two were Gu masters. The guard only walked towards them and stretched out his hand. City entrance fee, 1 yuan stone per person. There is an entrance fee? One of the Gu masters who was in trouble stared with wide eyes. It was Pengda. The middle-aged Gu master he was supporting was naturally Emoli. The two were saved by the chi wave caused by Feng Yuan moving the 1,000-wish tree away. They went through a lot of trouble, and finally returned to Sand Wolf City. I have it here. Emoli was prepared. He took out 2 yuan stones, and placed them in the guard's hand. Pengda stared at these 2 yuan stones. Along the way, he had received Emoli's guidance. He could already look into his aperture, and found the 3 Gu worms on him. He also understood the value of yuan stone. It was not just a currency, it could also replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 yuan stone to enter the city. Pengda sighed. Uncle Emoli, I will pay you back. Emoli patted his shoulder. Lad, let's go. No matter how poor I am, I do not need to worry about this bit of money. During this period of time, you can stay at my place. You are unfamiliar with this place, and have no money on you. How can you survive alone? Emoli guided Pengda along the way. He found that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation. He completely believed his words of amnesia. Uncle, I am really grateful to you. You saved my life and took such good care of me. What are you talking about? Emoli interrupted Pengda's words, and led him into the city. Emoli's house was in the central area of Sand Wolf City. It was a huge house with many flowers and trees planted in the courtyard. Wife, I am back. Emoli knocked on the door. It was his wife who opened it. Husband, you are finally back. Emoli's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. She was overjoyed upon seeing her husband. I heard about the Chi tide, I thought you. I was lucky and did not die, but the caravan was destroyed. Only this little brother and I survived. Sigh. Emoli heaved a deep sigh. Isn't being alive enough for you to rejoice? Emoli's wife rolled her eyes. Auntie. Pengda greeted at an appropriate time. Emoli's wife chuckled. Little brother, my old Emo has to thank you for guiding us along the way. Pengda's face immediately turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was all thanks to Uncle taking care of me this time. Without Uncle's help, I would have died in the desert. When we are outside, we should take care of each other. Quickly come in. Emoli's wife was very enthusiastic. Emoli and Pengda were finally safe after going through hardships. In Emoli's house, after taking a quick bath, The two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Pengde was woken up by Emoli and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Emoli said to his wife, "We still have a lot of money left, although the caravan was destroyed this time. As long as I am here, I can rebuild a caravan." However, his wife looked hesitant. "Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately, you came back alive." "What is it?" Emoli asked curiously. "Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select Gu masters with a great aptitude, who are loyal to Emo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these Gu masters into Gu immortals." "Oh, there is such a thing." Emoli hesitated. "The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates and did not see it." Emoli's wife continued. "Our son heard this news and wanted to join." Emoli laughed. "It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has B grade aptitude." Emoli's wife smiled. "Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Emo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended." Emoli immediately realized and asked, "How much?" Emoli's wife said a number, causing Pengde to open his mouth in shock. Emoli's wife frowned. "Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough. Master, you make the decision." Emoli was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, "I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone." "Husband." Emoli's wife was extremely moved but also worried. "But our caravan is completely destroyed, I am afraid." Chapter 1988. The sky was light purple. There were large patches of gray-white clouds in the sky. They were like thick fog that accumulated in the air, causing soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's vision to be limited. But the layout of this place was very good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it inwardly. He disguised himself as a soul beast and successfully infiltrated this Grotto Heaven. It had already been many days. He gradually discovered many details about soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto Heaven. There were large amounts of soul path cultivation resources. There were at least 10 super resource points. In history, there had been a grand occasion where 2 rank 8 soul path experts appeared at the same time. But this was a rare occasion. The greatest characteristic of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was that its soul-pacifying immortal killer move could affect all living beings in the Grotto Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and calm the Gu immortal's soul. It was an excellent support for soul cultivators. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was the water of Bewitching Lake. It was called soul pacifying soup. It was a supreme wine in the world. This was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven's killer move, soul pacifying, was created by imitating soul pacifying soup. Even Spectral Soul felt that the killer move's effect was quite good. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most number of soul beasts. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven originally raised soul beasts. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions were unified. In order to prepare for war, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals actively went out to gather more soul beasts. But the higher-ups led by Lady Cold Ash felt that it was not enough. They frequently sent Gu immortals out to search for more soul beasts. Thanks to the killer move soul pacifying, even immemorial soul beasts that entered soul pacifying Grotto Heaven were very peaceful. They were not rash at all. After Sun returned to the Grotto Heaven and rested for several days, he received another order to go out and hunt soul beasts. This time, I will let you lead 3,000 soul beasts and 1 immemorial soul beast guard perform well. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash personally summoned him. Sun was the tall and thin Gu immortal from before, Lady Cold Ash's nephew. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal with the highest chance of advancing to the next step in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. "Nephew, thanks Aunt for your care," Sun said awkwardly. But nephew really doesn't have the ability to control such a huge spirit beast. Lady Cold Ash slapped with her hand. With this killer move of mine, you will be able to control this soul beast army for 20 days. You will be able to command it with ease. And Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. He understood that this was his aunt personally giving him special treatment to take care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven did not lack resources, and had a deep foundation, when nurturing Gu immortals, there was a first-come first-serve rule. Lady Cold Ash secretly helped Sun, because she wanted him to stand out in the competition against Chong, and become the first rank 7 Gu immortal to receive support. She was his aunt after all. Sun led his army of soul beasts, and left the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Over the past few days, he had gained very little, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Qi tide, when the living beings are plunged into misery and suffering, and a large number of living beings die, their souls should be left behind to form more soul beasts. Sun really couldn't understand. Along the way, he did not encounter many soul beasts, but he collected many Qi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven. These Qi Path immortal materials could not be used. They could only be sold for transactions. Spectral Soul understood what Sun could not understand. It seems that after the Qi tide, Qi Path Dao marks will appear, causing all other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. New soul beasts will not be able to form. In contrast, Qi Path immortal materials are everywhere at the start, but in the end, there will be more and more of them. Spectral Soul saw this trend and had a strange feeling. To think that Qi Path has a chance to regain its former glory. Qi Path had been declining for a long time, but in this situation, Qi Path immortal materials were being produced on a large scale in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This caused Qi Path cultivation resources to be plentiful. The cost of cultivation was even lower. This would definitely create a trend of Qi Path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast, and secretly followed Sun out of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. He naturally had other intentions. He had basically explored soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul could not make a move inside, but outside it was different. But Spectral Soul did not attack directly. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, more than 10 days later, Sun encountered a group of 1,000 wild soul beasts. We finally met them. Sun was overjoyed. He quickly commanded the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle started. At first, Sun had the upper hand, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast had appeared among the enemy soul beasts. Sun quickly let out his guard. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought fiercely, creating a small empty battlefield in the middle of the battlefield. The enemy immemorial soul beast was stronger than Sun had expected. His immemorial soul beast fell into a disadvantage. It was about to be defeated. Sun was startled, and he hurriedly helped the immemorial soul beasts on his side in battle. Eventually, Sun paid the price of being heavily injured to kill the enemy immemorial soul beast. Sun felt very regretful that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast alive. But he had tried many methods to subdue it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to kill this wild immemorial soul beast in the end. After the battle, Sun forced his injured body to check his gains. After deducting his losses, he gained over 800 soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts among them. I should be able to complete my mission now. Sun let out a sigh of relief. This result was worthy of Lady Cold Ash's care. He did not let her down. However, right when Sun's mind relaxed, Spectral Soul moved at lightning speed, charging into Sun's body. Sun's expression twisted. He shuddered for a while before calming down. Spectral Soul came out of his body, Sun immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Master." Spectral Soul nodded. He had an exhausted expression. His innate ability could enter a living being's soul and forcefully modify it, making all living beings become loyal to Spectral Soul. However, there were also many restrictions, and he couldn't use it as he pleased. Back then, when Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan in Celestial Court, he had taken advantage of their weakness. Back then, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were in poor states. Fairy Myrtle had been influenced for a long time. Thus, when Spectral Soul wanted to deal with Sun, he had to wait until he was weak before using this method. The reason why he did not attack directly, and instead directed this battle, was to deceive Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. Sun was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could barely move in Black Heaven. He had investigative methods on him. Once anything happened, Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven would react quickly. After subduing Sun, Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven will have a breakthrough here. Will Lady Cold Ash be far away? Hee. Spectral Soul snickered. Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could also control it to influence the world and realize his schemes. I have already made a breakthrough here. It is much better than hunting wild soul beasts earlier. I wonder if Fairy Myrtle has made any breakthroughs. At the same time, in a certain valley in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Fairy Myrtle shouted as she shot out a purple meteor. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan's body, piercing through his chest, and creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Myrtle as he fell to the ground, turning into a lump of smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Myrtle was mentally prepared, she still felt a trace of fatigue. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan had already killed over 100 of these Fang Yuan clones. She immediately made a move, restraining the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into. Next, she pulled out a sealed Fang Yuan clone from her aperture. She threw all the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into the sealed Fang Yuan clone. Soon, this lump of white smoke was absorbed by Fang Yuan's clone, causing his cultivation level to rise by a large amount. These were Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones that were activated by Fang Yuan during the battle in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle then used the teleportation formation to teleport them all over Central Continent. Fairy Myrtle received Spectral Soul's order to find Fang Yuan, but after putting up a huge bounty, she received a large amount of information regarding these Fang Yuan clones. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to pay a huge sum of money to thank the Gu Immortals who provided the information. On the other hand, she had no choice but to travel around and deal with Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones in Central Continent. If these myriad self-clones were left alone, they would be the best cover for Fang Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had an extravagant thought. What if Fang Yuan's main body was hiding among these clones? That wasn't impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. If I capture one, I can follow the connection and find the other clones nearby. But, Fairy Myrtle looked at the cultivation level of the sealed Fang Yuan clone, feeling worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is actually so high. These myriad self-clones can actually devour each other, and they are so lifelike. There are two reasons why Fang Yuan's strength is low now. One is the fusion of heaven and earth qi, forming qi tides that destabilize the immortal aperture. The other is the heaven path Dao marks that are acting like a seal. Among the many paths, human path is the path that can best deal with heaven path. I wonder how many heaven path Dao marks Fang Yuan has, and how long these heaven path Dao marks can suppress him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini Central Continent. With the 1,000-wish tree as the core, an immortal array had already been set up and was slowly being activated. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, sovereign Grotto Heaven was in chaos and calamities. But even in such a situation, Fang Yuan still expended a lot of effort to construct and maintain this formation. Good. After observing for a while, and confirming that the immortal formation was operating normally, Fang Yuan smiled. This was a human path formation, and the 1,000-wish tree was an ancient desolate plant of human path. Using his high attainment level in human path and formation path, Fang Yuan was able to achieve this result. The formation in mini Central Continent was only the main formation. There would be 4 human path subformations, set up in the other 4 mini-regions in the future. Let me see the effect of using human path to suppress heaven path. Feng Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 1989. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here. And Sun cried out in excitement. Under his watchful eyes, a group of more than 1,000 soul beasts slowly made their way towards the ambush. Once they entered the ambush, and Sun immediately mobilized the soul beasts that were lying in ambush to attack the wild soul beasts. And Sun commanded the soul beast army, while activating immortal goo and unleashing all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves spread out, the soul beasts' battle strength, speed, defense, and other aspects all rose sharply. This battle lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, and Sun successfully killed more than 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured by him. Master. And Sun took out a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and swallowed all of these soul cores into his body. He started to digest them. Ever since the last time, when he followed Sun out and subdued him, Spectral Soul's situation was opened up. He secretly imparted all sorts of soul path profundities to Sun. He even created soul path killer moves for him, based on the soul path immortal goo that Sun had. Sun's strength continued to rise. He took on missions to capture soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created 2 methods for this. One could detect the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simple immortal formation that could attract wild soul beasts after being set up. With these 2 methods, Sun's efficiency in capturing wild soul beasts rose greatly. He completed all of his missions well. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let her down. He even improved and displayed brilliance. She was very pleased. In Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8. She was the leader. Below her were Sun and Chong. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them along. On one hand, it was to increase their knowledge. On the other hand, it was to give them a chance to show themselves and get to know Goo Immortals of the same level. While Lady Cold Ash was discussing in the Grotto Heaven, Sun and Chong were outside the Grotto Heaven's entrance. They became familiar with the rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heaven forces. Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun had already become Spectral Soul's servant. In fact, the whole of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, including her, was shrouded in the shadow of Spectral Soul. The future was dangerous. More and more missions were completed, and the results were getting better and better. In the competition between Sun and Chong, Sun clearly had the upper hand. Lady Cold Ash saw this. The other Grotto Heaven Goo Immortals also saw this. On this day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong and instructed. Ever since Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch summoned us to discuss, he has been pushing for it. He wants to quickly form an alliance among the Grotto Heaven's local forces. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but we only have 2 rank 8s. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 Goo Immortal from Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. Your trip to the East Sea is to represent the Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, to contact Granny Skeleton, and express our sincerity in working together. Yes. And Chong accepted the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. Sending him on this mission was to completely help Sun secure victory, so that he could become a person that the Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven would focus on nurturing. If Sun's performance was about the same as his, Chong would naturally feel indignant and angry. But Sun's performance was extremely good, far surpassing him. Even Chong knew that he had no hope of winning. He accepted this important mission, and also took a lot of immortal materials from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's treasury as a gift. After leaving Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he directly passed through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, and went to the 5 regions. He concealed his tracks, and went to Eastern Sea from Central Continent. Next, he flew into the sky from Eastern Sea, passing through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, and going to Granny Skeleton. When the regional walls existed, it was not easy for Goo Immortals to cross regions. Many strong Gu immortals chose to travel through Black Heaven and White Heaven. But now that the regional walls were gone, even a Black Heaven Gu immortal like Enchong chose to travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven's environment was dangerous. It would be troublesome if he met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Enchong had an immemorial soul beast in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. Especially now that the Qi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions' Gu immortals were all recuperating, they rarely went out. Thus, it was very convenient for Enchong to travel. Along the way, Enchong found that the 5 regions were also facing a huge calamity. The Qi tides were wreaking havoc. He did not encounter any accidents. He smoothly arrived at Eastern Sea and went to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method given to him by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully arrived at Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed, the Qi tides are surging. With this huge change in the world, if we do not work together, the future will be unpredictable. Especially as human forces, we need to work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not make things difficult for Enchong, she quickly agreed. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in my Eastern Sea Black Heaven, variant human forces are also superior. Lady Cold Ash wants to work together with us. How can that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch just sit back and watch? He is definitely contacting the variant human forces in the other grotto heavens of Black Heaven. Enchong knew that Granny Skeleton would not speak nonsense. He quickly asked, Senior, what do you think? Granny Skeleton said, since we are going to work together with the human forces in immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have already contacted many people. The response is very positive. Among them, there is an important person that we need your help to recruit. Granny Skeleton paused before continuing. This person is also a rank 8 Gu immortal. He is called Old Immortal Huayu. He is in charge of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. He has a great reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can recruit this person, we will be able to bring out a group of White Heaven Gu immortals. It will save us a lot of effort. Enchong heard this and thought, going to see Old Immortal Huayu was not part of his mission, but if he could complete it, he would have a chance to compete with Ensun again. Thinking of this, Enchong made up his mind. He said to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has such good intentions, Junior will go to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised. Good, as expected of someone from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Huayu does not like fighting and killing, so he has not been interested in my suggestion of an alliance. If you can succeed this time, I will reward you greatly. Enchong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven to meet Old Immortal Huayu. Even though Old Immortal Huayu had little interest in the alliance, Enchong was representing Lady Cold Ash. The other party was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Immortal Huayu did not hesitate. He opened the door and welcomed Enchong in. After seeing Old Immortal Huayu, Enchong used the excuse that he had thought about 1,000 times along the way. But Old Immortal Huayu was unmoved. My Huayu Grotto Heaven does not participate in worldly affairs. We are independent and maintain neutrality. Even though we are not participating in the alliance, we can still exchange resources. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was rich in soul path resources. Many of them were suitable for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Enchong saw that he could not convince Old Immortal Huayu. It was good to have such a transaction. This was the first time they were interacting with each other. In the future, wouldn't there be a friendship after many transactions? With a deeper relationship, if he proposed an alliance, there would be new hope. After bidding farewell to Old Immortal Huayu, Enchong was asked to stay by the other Gu immortals. The one who received him was Gu Immortal Huasong. Huasong said to Enchong, Envoy, you have traveled a long distance to come here. You must stay for a few days. Coincidentally, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. There will be many beautiful essays that will be created. I am really looking forward to it. Enchong had already learned from Granny Skeleton that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven focused on poetry and songs. Gu immortals were all well-read. They loved essays far more than wine and beauties. And Chong wanted to build a good relationship with profound literature grotto heaven. Even though he was not interested in essays and poems, he could not reject Hua Song's good intentions. He immediately agreed. The World Poetry Competition was held. This was an unprecedented grand event. It had never happened in the history of profound literature grotto heaven. Thus, once it was held, it immediately attracted many scholars from all over profound literature grotto heaven. Other than the scholars who wanted to show off in the World Poetry Competition, there were also many people who came to watch the show. Thus, the capital city, which was the venue of the poetry competition, was already filled with people since a month ago. On the crowded streets, Li Xiaobai and teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 venues. Xiaobai, if you want to change your current predicament, this is the best time. I know your talent. It is enough for you to pass the first 10 venues. But for the next 8, it will depend on your luck. Sigh. I cannot help you this time. I might even become your opponent. Teacher Jiang sighed. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate in such a grand event. He wanted to exchange pointers and compete with the scholars from all over the world. Li Xiaobai heard this and had the urge to roll his eyes. He sighed inwardly. I am almost certain that teacher will become my opponent. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent to profound literature grotto heaven as a chess piece to conquer it. At the start, Li Xiaobai's journey was smooth sailing. He even obtained the favor of Su Qi Han, the eldest daughter of Su tribe. Li Xiaobai thus became one of the 10 great scholars of the world. He even had the possibility of becoming Su tribe's son-in-law. However, just as Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook and a mountain torrent poured down. Li Xiaobai's group was either injured or dead. After being trapped in the valley for several months, Li Xiaobai finally escaped. He narrowly escaped death. Because of this, he missed the timing and did not meet the current emperor. Without the emperor's approval, the honor of being one of the 10 great scholars was replaced by someone else. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qi Han, but he found out that Su Qi Han immediately went to save him after learning of his predicament. But she went missing and had not returned yet. Li Xiaobai came to the capital city and encountered many setbacks. He was assassinated and unintentionally offended the nobles. He was not happy at all. If not for his teacher Zhang's help, he might have wandered the streets and become a beggar. His mind, however, was completely clear. Even though my main body destroyed Fate Gu, my powerful luck was almost completely expended in this battle. It even caused my clone to become extremely unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is a selection activity for profound literature grotto heaven to actively prepare Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher is not clear about this, since he is participating, he will definitely become an obstacle for me. Chapter 1990. Lord Gu Masters, please come in, please come in. The waiter bowed as he welcomed Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house in the capital. It is very lively. I have been here many times. Hua Song transmitted to Enchong secretly. The 2 Gu immortals disguised themselves as Gu Masters and came to profound literature grotto heaven's capital. Enchong would rather sit on a cloud and look at the capital. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only go along with the host. I want a private room on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with the place. The 2 came to the 5th floor and entered the room. Opening the window, they saw a huge crowd on the street. The first venue was at the end of the street. The bronze door was filled with people. These are the current generation scholars of profound literature grotto heaven. They are also the future hope of profound literature grotto heaven. Please take a look. Hua Song sighed as he gave Enchong a rank 5 investigative Gu worm. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong looked at it and used it. His vision changed immediately. He saw that there were talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi were colorful. They were of different shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for him. Since there is such a Gu worm that can detect talent chi, why is there a need to hold such a selection? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You do not know. Talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if you have a lot, It is useless if you cannot use them. Furthermore, in this selection, you have to compose poems on the spot. They cannot be faked. It also tests the attainment of the scholars. Many scholars with high talent might not have the inspiration to compose poems of the highest standard. And Chong nodded. I see that the formation here is not only connected, it can also nurture the scholar's creativity? Huasong nodded. That's right, venerable wisdom. In this immortal formation, scholars can often perform exceptionally well. They can display their talent and aptitude. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The waiter obtained Huasong's permission and brought in a basin of delicious wine and food. 8 treasure wild duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat. These are our tea house's signature dishes, please enjoy. The waiter said. Huasong casually rewarded him with an yuan stone and sent the waiter away. Huasong introduced to Enchong. Envoy, although the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by old man Huayu when he was young. Back then, he was a rank 4 gu master and became the top scorer. Thus he named this tea as the top scorer tea. Oh, and Chong's interest was piqued. This was the work of a young rank 8 gu immortal. Then I'll have to taste it properly. And Chong drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. In a trance, a slight feeling of excitement rose up in his heart, as if he had finally succeeded after smiling bitterly for more than 10 years. And the complacency of life was close at hand. Good tea, and Chong praised sincerely. Although this tea is mortal tea, it actually has a trace of human charm. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Celestial Court used several human path killer moves consecutively. Each move had unparalleled power and shook the world. The might of the human Tao could be said to be known to all. While the 2 immortals were sipping their tea, the bronze door of the first venue slowly opened. The crowd in front of the door immediately roared. It's open! Don't squeeze! Quickly let me in! The crowd surged into the door one after another. Li Xiaobai was also in the crowd, but he was at the back. He followed the crowd while trying to figure out the rules of this selection. The World Poetry Competition has a total of 18 venues. Each venue has a question. Everyone has to answer it at the same time. No matter how many people there are, it will depend on the quality of their work. Only half of them can advance. After advancing to the later venues, half of them will still be chosen. Only by advancing and clearing all 18 venues can they meet the requirements of the selection. If they fail midway, they will have to return to the previous venue. If they fail consecutively and leave the first venue, they will have completely failed. However, the World Poetry Competition lasts for 7 days. Everyone has 3 chances to fail completely. This way, it is enough for profound literature grotto heaven to select excellent gu immortal seeds. Even if they make a mistake, they can try again. But if any scholar fails to perform properly for 7 days, it means that they are not qualified enough to become a gu immortal with the grotto heaven's nurturing. Li Xiaobai collected his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first venue. The venue was spacious, it was filled with scholars. There were men and women, old and young. There were so many of them that even if there were not 10,000 of them, there were at least several thousand. This was only the first day. Li Xiaobai waited in the venue for another incense's time before all the scholars in the first venue were accepted. There was a sea of people, it was very noisy. Thankfully, the first venue was an immortal formation space. It could expand at will. It could accommodate more scholars. Dong dong dong. With a series of drum sounds, the same voice entered the scholar's ears. World Poetry Competition's first question, Spring. Time limit is 5 minutes. After saying this, the voice vanished. The first question is Spring? Many scholars frowned, but there were also many scholars who were overjoyed. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are too many poems in Wing Chun. This question seems very easy. After all, scholars have more or less created poems related to this topic before. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires us to create new poems on the spot, as long as we modify the original work, it can still be considered a new poem. But in reality, this question is quite difficult. Li Xiaobai had a solemn expression. He knew that in order to create a poem, He had to compare himself with the people around him. Only by being stronger than half of the scholars would he be able to advance. Quite a few scholars had realized this. Many people began to think hard. Some people directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Some people walked around with their hands behind their back. And some people lowered their heads and murmured softly. Li Xiaobai was thinking, which one should I copy? He had many Wing Chun poems in his memory. There were many classics that had been passed down for generations. But it was not good to take out a classic for the first time. This would make it difficult for Li Xiaobai to perform in the future. The scale of his talent did not belong to the first-rate level. If he were to take out a famous piece of work that had been passed down for generations, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If he was lucky, Li Xiaobai might be slightly more aggressive. But now that his luck was low, Li Xiaobai decided to play it safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, many scholars had already created new poems. All kinds of lights shone. The lights were colorful, strong, or weak. Every time the halos dissipated from the bodies of the scholars, they would reap some benefits. Some obtained goo worms, some gained a breakthrough in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, some recovered their fatigue. This was the killer move aid literary talents. The creator of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, the original owner, had set up this killer move before he died. Because of this killer move aid literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study hard, eventually forming Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, which had a flourishing literary style. Li Xiaobai finally decided on his poem. He coughed lightly and started to recite. Moonlight. Deeper in the night. The moonlight is half a house. The north dipper is hanging down. The south dipper is slanting. Tonight is the warm spring air. The sound of insects can be heard through the green veil. Li Xiaobai had just finished reciting when he heard a soft sound. His body started to shine with a green light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scholars around Li Xiaobai all felt a formless pressure. The green light forced them to scatter, leaving behind a large empty space. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing in the center. Such a powerful light. A classic has appeared. To think that a classic would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars' thoughts were interrupted. They looked at Li Xiaobai with envious and probing gazes. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was internally conflicted. Sigh. I copied too much, the effect is too good. I attracted a lot of attention. He glanced around, hoping that some people would stand up and not let him be the only one in the limelight. The green light continued to enter his aperture, causing his cultivation level to rise. Oh, a classic has appeared. Let me read it. Inside the tea house, Huasong had some thoughts. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Huasong nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, amazing. This Li Xiaobai is so young, but he is an experienced poet. Normally, Wing Chun poems are mostly about green and peach blossoms. But this poem goes in the opposite direction, using the night sky to hide the spring scenery. It is truly ingenious. The last line of the poem must have been dug up by Li Xiaobai from his own life. It exudes a refreshing, joyous, and lively feeling. Reading a poem is like reading a person. This Li Xiaobai's state of mind is excellent. Huasong praised as if he had tasted the best delicacy in the world. He looked at Enchong and smiled. I wonder what esteemed envoy thinks of this poem? Enchong felt a headache coming on as he complained. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that this poem had so many benefits. Sigh. Now that you want me to comment, what should I do? Chapter 1991. Li Xiaobai's expectations did not go to waste. After he recited the famous poem, 3 people stood out. A muscular man wearing a golden mask. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a walking stick. Green chi coiled around his body. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a pink dress and a veil. After she recited the poem, countless light butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famous poems. They were on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This world has goo worms that can assist in creation. Moreover, Gu masters can extend their lifespan. They can gain more experience and accumulation in life. Thus, compared to Earth, famous poems are more likely to appear. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare masterpiece. But in profound literature grotto heaven, it could not be compared to others. Including Li Xiaobai, the four of them looked at each other in different directions. The muscular man, the old man, and the woman all placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They had guessed and understood each other's identities, but Li Xiaobai suddenly appeared. Who is this young man? Even though he has talent, he is not very deep. He actually created a famous poem? Hehe, an interesting young man. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai. It seems that you performed exceptionally well this time. Continue to work hard. There were no abnormalities. Li Xiaobai successfully advanced and was transported out. When he calmed himself down, he found himself in another venue. This is the 5th venue, scholars, please wait patiently. A voice entered Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai immediately understood. So there are differences in advancement. The poems I came up with were enough for me to skip 3 venues and jump all the way to the 5th venue. This rule is quite reasonable. But this way, all the Gu masters who could reach here would have created famous poems. Among these people, half of them advanced. The pressure has increased by several times. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked around. He saw 2 familiar faces. They were the muscular man and woman from before. Noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. Her face behind the veil seemed to be smiling. But that muscular man was very arrogant. After taking a glance at Li Xiaobai, he closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 of them in the entire 5th venue. I wonder which venue that old man has been promoted to. I'd better pretend to be resting. When scholars compose poems, all of them try their best to come up with a good idea. Only he, on the other hand, was only looking for a suitable poem. This was too easy, and he needed to conceal it a little. Li Xiaobai waited in the 5th arena for a few minutes before the second round of the competition began. He had more than 20 competitors in total. This made Li Xiaobai feel a lot of pressure. The topic of the second round was out. 2 words, travel. The time limit was still 5 minutes. Travel. This topic is the same as spring. It's broad and easy to write, but it's difficult to create a masterpiece. The burly man sighed in his heart. The woman was thinking, I'm not good at this topic. What should I do? Li Xiaobai was also thinking, which one should I copy? He thought for a while. He felt that he could not find something that was too classic, or the effect would be explosive. But he could not find something that was too inferior either. He was so close to failing and falling out of the 5th venue. This made Li Xiaobai feel troubled. It was not easy to grasp the degree of difficulty. He understood himself, but he was not familiar with the others. He did not know what kind of poem he should use to win without being in the limelight. In the first venue, my method was a little inappropriate. I will not fight for first place this time. Li Xiaobai warned himself. He waited patiently. About 5 minutes later, a scholar composed a poem. Then, a few people started to recite their own poems, each of them shining brightly. Li Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems that famous poems cannot be casually composed. These people performed exceptionally well in the first round. This round should be considered normal. Li Xiaobai gradually had an idea, but he was not in a hurry to act. He was still waiting. When the time limit was almost up, the famous poem that he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was that muscular man. He recited the poem, Iron Horse Golden Spear. It was filled with battle intent. Golden light surged around his body. It was as if there were cavalry blades and spears colliding with each other. The second famous poem was that woman. Her poem was graceful and gentle. It described a noble lady looking out the window, listening to the stories of travelers as she fantasized about her journey. It was an exquisite thought. All right, it is finally my turn. Li Xiaobai coughed, saying slowly, date blossoms fall from the cloth. The sound of horse carriages resounds from the south and north of the village. The old willow sells cucumbers. Drowned in wine. The road is long and sleepy. The sun is high and the man is thirsty for tea. Knock on the door and ask a mortal. This time, he was copying Su Shi's river sand. After he finished reciting, be it the muscular man or the woman, they had a thought. They analyzed it inwardly. Good poem. The first part of this poem is a description of the scenery. The second part is a description of the emotions. It is very interesting. Even though it is a description of the scenery, it uses sounds. It is different from normal scenery. It is very vivid. The second part is a description of the emotions. It is full of interest. Even though this young man is a Gu master, he is humble and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is indeed a gentleman, gentle and courteous. Reading his poem, we can see his character. This young scholar is really not bad. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with different gazes. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of turbid air. He pretended to be extremely tired. I should be able to advance in this competition. Not only that, I performed perfectly. I did not stand out too much, nor did I humble myself too much. Li Xiaobai was satisfied inwardly. After a while the time limit was up. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Most scholars did not manage to create a poem. In this world poetry competition, I will definitely give my best. If it is just an excuse, even if others don't say anything, I will feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I tried my best, but I did not manage to create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. Being able to hear the famous poems of the three of you, this trip was not in vain. Haha, at worst, I will just drop to the first round and start again. Goodbye. Those scholars who did not manage to create a poem left in a carefree manner, while some scholars who managed to create a new poem had ashamed expressions. Li Xiaobai looked calm on the surface, but he felt conflicted inwardly. How can you all be so noble? Even though he advanced, he was in the limelight again. He was quite satisfied earlier, but to think that these scholars were so useless. I overestimated them. Li Xiaobai criticized inwardly. Needless to say, he successfully advanced and arrived at the 9th round. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. This time, there were even fewer people, less than 10. Many of them were famous scholars. They were familiar with each other and greeted each other. They looked calm on the surface, but were secretly nervous. At this point, the pressure of the competition had increased by several times. I need to be steady this time. I cannot be in the limelight too much. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists as he warned himself. But this time, his opponents performed very well. More than half of the Gu masters created famous poems. Finally, only Li Xiaobai was left. Li Xiaobai looked nervous on the surface, but he was calm on the inside. He recited the poem that he had prepared. With a flash of light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4. He even gained a new Gu worm. This time, he had planned meticulously. The quality of the poem he chose was just right. He successfully advanced, but he was at the bottom of the winners. Just as Li Xiaobai was feeling pleased with himself. Puff! Someone suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man's body shook as he sat down on the ground with difficulty. Meanwhile, that woman coughed for a long while. Her face was pale as paper. Only Li Xiaobai was standing on the spot unscathed. Everyone's gazes gathered on him again. This young man is very strong. So far, he has created 3 masterpieces in a row. He is actually not injured. It is clear that he did not use his full strength when he created the poem earlier. Amazing! After the competition, I will definitely befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, are you all working so hard? Isn't it just creating poems? Why do you need to work so hard? He really wanted to act like he was vomiting blood. But this happened too suddenly. Even if he wanted to act now, it was already too late. Chapter 1992. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Feng Yuan stood under the thousand-wish tree. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the sky was filled with hot specks of light. They were faintly discernible, extremely dazzling. Looking at the surroundings, sand and dust were rumbling, wind was howling. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. The number of heaven path Dao marks was increasing. Originally, he had obtained over 3,000 Dao marks from Gu refinement. Now it was close to 3,500. As the number of Heaven Path Dao marks increased, the number of Dao marks in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was decreasing. This scene made Feng Yuan recall his experience in Crazed Demon Cave. In the second-to-last layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan saw the changes of the world. Countless worlds were destroyed and condensed into Heaven Path Dao marks. The Heaven Path Dao marks connected or spread on their own, turning into new worlds. At this moment, the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into Heaven Path Dao marks. But the Heaven Path Dao marks were constantly changing the other Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Of course, the Heaven Path Dao marks were not increasing blindly. Sometimes they would weaken. A Heaven Path Dao mark would turn into other Dao marks and spread throughout the world. Through the changes of these Dao marks, the heavenly Dao could easily change the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Like what was happening in front of Feng Yuan. Specks of light appeared in the sky. It meant that the light path Dao marks were increasing rapidly. Wind was howling on the ground, sand and dust were rumbling. It meant that the wind path Dao marks and earth path Dao marks were increasing. If this continues, the surroundings of the Thousand Wish Tree will turn into a desert. The trend was so obvious, Feng Yuan could not help but sneer. He had previously thought that the Thousand Wish Tree was planted in a desert. But now, even though this understanding was not wrong, it was biased. The Thousand Wish Tree was an ancient desolate plant of human path. It absorbed human will and condensed fruits. It was most suited to grow in bustling areas or large cities. The more human will there was, the better. However, the heavenly Dao was not willing for the Thousand Wish Tree to grow. Thus, the Heaven Path Dao marks evolved to create an environment where the sun was high in the sky, sand and dust were everywhere. It was isolated from the world. In order to survive, the Thousand Wish Tree had no choice but to change its habits and strive to adapt to such a harsh environment. But now that it was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Feng Yuan, the immortal formation had its own desert environment. It would not die from not being able to adapt to the environment. However, outside the immortal array, there were lush water plants, fertile land and gentle sunlight. The immortal array was not closed, and the heavenly Dao could sense the Thousand Wish Tree's human path aura. These heavenly Dao marks had yet to be controlled by Feng Yuan, and they lacked intelligence. They didn't know about the gold inside the immortal array, so they spontaneously changed the environment outside the immortal array in an attempt to curb the development of the Thousand Wish Tree. This allowed Feng Yuan to see some clues. The Thousand Wish Tree takes 300 years to fully mature, 600 years to bloom, and 900 years to bear fruit. There are exactly 1,000 fruits, no more no less. This is publicly acknowledged by the world. But now, it seems that's not the case. The Thousand Wish Tree is suppressed by the heavenly Dao. Its true potential is very great. From now on, I will constantly use human will to water it and gradually improve its living environment. It will definitely be able to greatly increase its production. Of course, this was his future plan. Feng Yuan came to the Thousand Wish Tree for another matter. With a thought, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. The 7 revolutions cooking luck pot was as big as a basin. It was golden in color and was enveloped in a pure white halo. It was indescribably noble. The sides of the pot were thick, and it was as thick as a thumb. There were 8 dragons carved on the outside of the pot. The dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot and intertwined with each other before extending downwards, forming an 8-clawed frame. The pot's mouth was wide open, and inside was Feng Yuan's providence. However, it was gray in color. Cooking luck pot was only at the 7 revolutions, and its level was a little low, so it couldn't contain all of Feng Yuan's providence. But one could see a big picture through a tube. Feng Yuan's majestic providence was almost completely consumed in the Fate Grand Array. After the battle, his providence was very low. This was the 3rd biggest worry apart from the heavenly Dao and Qi tides. Fate was fixed and providence was a variable. If his providence was bad, it meant that something bad was going to happen to him. But the current Feng Yuan was very strong. He had pseudo-venerable battle strength. No matter how bad the change was, He had the ability to resist it. This was not a big problem for the main body. What he was worried about was the providence of his clones. Outside cooking luck pot was the providence of his clones. The time path clone's providence was still the river of time, but the river was no longer flowing. The water flow was chaotic, and the front of the river was suddenly cut off. It was a worrying sight. Jean Budu's providence was previously an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Now that the eagle fell into the water, it was surrounded by a water-like providence that was making things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's providence was like a blooming flower. The petals were bright red, burning with a layer of scarlet fire. Within the scarlet fire, the petals were blooming beautifully. It looked good, but there was a huge worry. If he was not careful, he would be playing with fire and die. Wu Shuai's providence was that of a coiling dragon. There were 3 dragon claws that each held a dragon pearl. One of the dragon pearls had the miniature image of Dragon Palace. Another contained countless ants. And the third dragon pearl had Di Zongxing's figure. Wu Shuai's dragon providence was the strongest. But there was saber chi surrounding him that pressed towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan's main providence was not good. The providence of his clones was not good either. Fang Yuan had already noticed the situation of his clones. It was not that he did not try before, but he always failed. The Heaven Path Dao marks restricted him. Every time he used a killer move, they would interfere and cause Fang Yuan's killer move to fail. Even if he succeeded occasionally, the power would be greatly reduced. But this time it should not happen. A bright light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was multitasking. He activated the formation around the 1,000-wish tree, while activating cooking luck pot. The 1,000-wish tree continued to sway its branches. The formation shot out resplendent rainbow lights that entered cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot started to change the providence of his clones. Suddenly, intense winds blew in the surroundings, thunder rumbled in the sky. One after another, Heaven Path Dao marks appeared. Some covered the surroundings, some appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven: take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. The way of man: take away surpluses and replenish surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcibly improved the providence of his clones to a certain extent. The time path clone's providence river became stable. It was no longer chaotic. Jean Budu's providence eagle started to shed its feathers in the water. As if it was turning into a fish, it was adapting. Li Xiaobai's providence flower's petals showed a glazed color under the burning flames. It was no longer in danger of being burned by playing with fire. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's providence dragon was still coiled up. There were no changes to his providence body. The surrounding saber chi, however, was greatly reduced. It was as if the thick fog had turned into a thin mist. This meant that he would still have to fight, but the scale of the battle this time was much smaller than before. The problem of the clones has been resolved. The true problem is still the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan increasingly felt the depth of Red Lotus intention. P.S. There is an urgent notice. I am also speechless. I only found out about this when I was writing. Thank you, friends, for your timely notice. Someone is scamming in the Gu World group. Please take note. I hereby solemnly declare. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book has not started yet. Anyone who uses this as a reason to try to get book friends to send money is a scam. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book will start in the future. There will be a special notice at that time, just like this notice. Using the price of the simplified version of the physical book to buy the hardcover edition, with Venerable Gu's signature. Please take note. Chapter 1993. Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. Music was playing, delicious food and wine were being served. In a grand banquet, the 3 female immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court were at the main seats, entertaining an unexpected guest. Good wine, good songs, and even better dancing. The esteemed guest downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup down with a paw sound and laughed. He had a square face and a muscular body. His skin was snow white. His eyes and hair were ice blue in color. Rank 8 aura surrounded his body. He was a snowman Gu immortal. He came from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the meeting of Black Heaven's forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had contacted Central Continent's Celestial Court, while Lady Cold Ash had contacted Granny Skeleton and the other human great experts. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not sit back and watch. He was not targeting just Black Heaven and White Heaven, he was targeting the 5 regions. This time, he came to Eastern Sea personally to find the Merman Force. There were 3 people in charge of Eastern Sea's Merman Force. They were all mermaid immortals, Lian Koexian, Yuzi and Xianing Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals had seen Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a variant human, they held this banquet to entertain him. Hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Koexian smiled and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Immortal Monarch. These dancing Gu masters are the future hope of our merman race. They are Gu immortal seeds. It is their honor to be noticed by you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if these mermen are the hope of your race, then your race might be destroyed in the future." These words instantly caused the expressions of many of the merfolk here to change. The dancing merman's movements became slightly disorderly. Lian Koexian was still smiling. "Immortal Monarch, we already know of your intentions. However, we won't take this provocation. For countless years, our merman race has lived in Eastern Sea peacefully, and beautifully. We have always been neutral, we do not participate in any battles." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Nonsense. Who does not want a peaceful and beautiful life? But throughout history, only war could win such a peaceful life. The merman race had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor back then. That was why they had such a phenomenon today. In the entire 5 regions, only your alien race is a super force. However, you and I both remember the fated war vividly. Fate had been destroyed, and the 5 regions had merged into one. The world's upheaval was imminent. There will definitely be natural and man-made disasters, continuous wars and chaos. Your merfolk royal court wants to stay out of trouble? Hee. How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he have left to protect your clan?" Lian Koexian's face was as gloomy as still water. She could not refute for a moment. Yuzi, who was beside her, snorted coldly. "Our tribe has over 10 Gu immortals, and the immortal Gu House Flowing Fragrance Boat. How could we achieve this just because of Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your Flowing Fragrance Boat for a long time. But what could he do? It was only a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Even though your clan had many Gu immortals, how many rank 8 Gu immortals did they have? Not even one. He. Ignoring everything else, as long as I make a move now, who can stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Si said solemnly, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans. In the current situation, humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it. As long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it. What kind of situation would happen?" Hee. The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Feng Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman Imperial Court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. they would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman Imperial Court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Merman wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. If the Merman Imperial Court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The three mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting goo immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen. They had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the Five Regions chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The three mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the Five Regions humans. Seeing that the three mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. How about this, everyone? We are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet? The three mermaids looked at each other as Yuzi asked. What bet? We will compete in 3 rounds, no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 goo immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said confidently. The 3 mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the merman goo immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit formation. Good formation, good formation. It actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The Merman Goo Immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Goo House Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The 3 mermaids discussed anxiously. There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that thing? Xianingxi suddenly suggested. Lian Kuexian and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our Imperial Court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Sea's human forces to help? No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price. Oh, I thought of someone. Let's ask Gu Tribe's leader for help. Xianingxi suddenly said. Lian Koexian sighed, rejecting this suggestion. He is Gu Tribe's leader. Even though he has rank 8 cultivation level, because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly shined. I remember, someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Who? That's right, at this crucial moment, who else could it be? Yuzi blinked her beautiful eyes. Did you forget that right now, a great expert is a guest in Gu Tribe's headquarters? Ah, it's him. Lian Koexian realized at once. Chapter 1994. Eastern Sea Gu Tribe Blessed Land. A majestic palace stood majestically in one corner. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly decorated. The pavilions were grand and magnificent. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, dream realms were lingering. If it were any other Immortal Gu House, they would not dare to do this. But even though Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu House, it had dream path Immortal Gu. It was not afraid of the dream realm spreading. In front of the dream realm, Feng Yuan's clone Wu Shuai was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body was here, but his soul was deep inside the dream realm, exploring it. In the dream realm, Wu Shuai was an apprentice of the medical hall, trying to learn from them. A handsome young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist walked into the medical hall. The young man was rich and noble. The owner of the medical hall, the old doctor, personally examined him. "Doctor, ever since I fought in the arena, even though I won, my body has been feeling strange," the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, let me take your pulse." "Pulse?" The young man frowned, showing a puzzled expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can detect illnesses. A person's heart beats continuously. Their blood flows continuously, forming a pulse. Using a unique healing goo worm that I created, I can detect your illness through this pulse." The young man immediately felt deep veneration, as expected of a senior doctor. "I have heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Could this pulse-taking technique be used to grasp human veins and find the right medicine?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. Please extend your wrist." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his wrist. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and closed his eyes, inspecting carefully. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "There is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious. It is very sinister. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is right. My opponent in the arena is a phantom path gu master. I was hit by his move. I did not suffer any injuries, but I felt something was wrong. At night, I could have slept with more than 10 concubines. But now, I can only sleep with 1 concubine a night. I feel extremely tired. Also, I often feel that my waist is sore and hot, and I sweat a lot when I sleep at night. Sometimes I feel dizzy and have tinnitus." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is very vicious. It targets your kidneys. In short, you have kidney deficiency. Void path is indeed troublesome. What should I do?" the young man asked hurriedly. The old doctor said, "I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for a month. During this month, you must not have sexual intercourse." The young man was troubled. "Senior, can't you use a healing goo worm to heal me directly? I can't have sex for a whole month. I'm so stifled." The old physician shook his head. "Phantom path methods are between real and fake and real. You have to put in a lot of effort. The medicines I prescribed, although they are not healing goo worms, they are not far from a complete goo recipe. They can definitely cure your illness. If you don't use my method, other methods won't work. Unless you meet a better doctor than me, perhaps he can solve your problem." The young man sighed. "Senior, you're the best healer I've ever seen in my life. I'll treat him according to your method." The dream realm dissipated. It was a success. Human network. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning of the dream realm. This dream realm mainly provided him with the true meaning of 2 paths. One was phantom path, the other was human path. Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, but his phantom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. Feng Yuan's main body was still holding the corpse of the celestial court Gu Immortal, which contained the phantom aperture. But his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom Gu, he could not deduce the profundity of the phantom aperture. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were left to Wu Shuai. These dream realms were obtained by Feng Yuan from Etian Mountain. Even though a portion was lost in the Fate War, most of them were still left. After Wu Shuai left the Celestial Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Gu tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture and connecting to heaven and earth chi, he was in close cultivation, exploring the dream realms and absorbing the true meaning within, helping his main body to raise his attainment levels of all paths. My main body needs human path attainment level now. In this dream realm exploration, even though my human path attainment level did not increase by much, it is still Grandmaster, but it should be able to provide new help to my main body. Wuxia started to rest for a short while, preparing for the next dream realm exploration. He saw that in the hall, there was an information path mortal Gu from Gu tribe's leader. Gu tribe's leader will not disturb me for small matters. Something important must have happened. Wuxia took out the information path mortal Gu and probed it with his divine sense. Oh, a rank 8 snowman Gu immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is here to find trouble with the Merman Imperial Court? In the letter, the 3 mermaids said that as long as Wuxia taught this unruly guest a lesson and made him retreat, they would reward him handsomely. Gu tribe's leader also used a tactful tone, hoping that Wuxia could help them. Of course I have to help. Wuxia smiled. Feng Yuan had 500 years of memories. A portion of them were sent over. Thus, Wuxia learned that in the 500 years of his main body's life, the regional walls vanished, and the 5 regions were united. There were chi tides as well. The 5 regions Gu immortals were forced to rest and recuperate. During this period, the 2 heavens grotto heaven forces moved out and acted arrogantly for a period of time. To think that I would have such a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a good opportunity. For the main body's plan, I need to do my best. Boom. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wuxia walked out of his closed cultivation with his head held high. At the banquet, fragrant wine permeated the air, but the atmosphere was heavy. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled lightly. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago. There was silence in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a sip of wine. I wonder if the 3 of you have thought of a strategy for the next round? The 3 mermaids' expressions sank further, but at this time, they received the information and showed expressions of joy. Xia Ningxi said, "Since you are anxious, let's go to the 3rd round." All right. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch put down the wine cup in his hand. How are we going to compete in the 3rd round? Tell us. My tribe has already invited a helper. Let him fight the Immortal King. Lian Koexian said. This lord is here, Immortal Monarch, prepare yourselves. Yuzi smiled coldly. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the mermaid immortals led Wuxia into the hall. Who wants to fight me? Wuxia asked. His voice reverberated in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wuxia and his expression changed. He was no longer relaxed. He cried out. It's you? During the Fate War, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had obtained a lot of information. Wuxia was naturally one of the most important figures. Everyone in the world knew about him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately understood why the 3 mermaids were acting like this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew how strong Wuxia was. There was not much hope of defeating him. But the situation was like this. He had to speak up. To think that Wuxia is in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder if Feng Yuan is here? Wuxia snorted coldly. I used Feng Yuan's strength to revive. I was only working with him to resist the Celestial Court earlier. You are my opponent. Attack. Wuxia's disdainful attitude made Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch feel annoyed. His expression turned cold. Wuxia, you only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you are quite arrogant. Wuxia scoffed. Who is arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What about me? You are here to find trouble with the merman, be more direct. Wuxia stared back. Still not attacking? Then I am going to attack. Saying so, he waved his hand as an immortal goo house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupil shrunk. He saw that the immortal goo house was getting bigger as it crashed towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He did not dare to face this famous immortal goo house head-on. He quickly retreated. The three mermaids did not expect Wuxia to act so decisively. He attacked immediately. Xianingxi quickly persuaded. Senior Wuxia, this is the Merman Hall. You two need to fight. You need to move outside. Boom! Dragon Palace grew bigger again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. Dust clouds rumbled as the three mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch escaped pathetically. Dragon Palace slowly rose into the sky. Wuxia stood at the entrance of Dragon Palace as he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch plainly. Come, don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was beaten up so fiercely that his heart was pounding, his mouth was dry. Wuxia, you are a senior after all. If you have the guts, don't show off the might of an immortal goo house. Oh, is that so? Wuxia smiled coldly. The three mermaids sensed something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted. Senior Wuxia, this is the Merman headquarters. If you want to fight, please go outside. Before she finished speaking with a loud sound, Di Zongxing was led out of Dragon Palace by Wuxia. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating a huge sound wave. Its huge body was like a mountain range. It was crammed into the Merman-blessed land. With a wave of its tail, several mountain ranges and valleys were flattened. Countless mermen escaped in all directions. They screamed in fear. It was a scene of chaos. The three mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wuxia crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman, he was extremely resistant to cold, but now, he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The three mermaids were silent. Right now, Wuxia only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace. Just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 Transformation Path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of goo immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioge and Duke Long. Little guy, you are quite smart. Wuxia chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wuxia landed and said, Senior Wuxia. The three mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wuxia raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The three immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De was overjoyed. To think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel, he stuttered. Say, Senior, you mean? Chapter 1995. Because of Wuxia, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had no choice but to admit defeat. He thought that his plan to ally with the mermen had failed, but to think that Wuxia had the same idea as him. In the bet between Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court, the loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wuxia used the Merman Imperial Court's hall to converse with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The conversation became more heated, while the three Merman Immortals' expressions turned grim. Wuxia heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heaven forces for a meeting. He immediately requested to join. He urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the forces for the second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting would be delayed slightly, but Wuxia urged him urgently. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought to himself, with Wuxia's reputation, it will be very beneficial to me. I might as well bring forward the date of the meeting. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if the Black and White Heaven Grotto Heaven forces allied, they would face a huge internal threat. Among these forces, a small portion of them were human forces. He wanted variant humans to be the leader, thus he had been actively seeking for an alliance recently. He had already contacted all the variant human forces that he knew of. He did not even spare Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court. If he knew that Gu tribe existed in the depths of the sea, he would have gone there long ago. But now, with Wu Shuai, this Dragon Man expert that everyone knows, even if the humans recruit more people, they will not be able to resist Wu Shuai's influence, right? Wu Shuai attacks Celestial Court as a Dragon Man. He was the victor. This battle achievement gave him a huge reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch held a second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. This time, the group was even larger. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Swift Cloud Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many variant human rank 8 great experts came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. His thick fur was shining with golden light. Swift Cloud Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old woman. She was an Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. He was covered in a green light. These 4 variant human goo immortals were participating in the meeting for the first time. As for the human rank 8 goo immortals, other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also Light Path Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Black Locust, and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s, while variant human rank 8s were close to 10. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried her best to recruit more people, she could not compare to the variant humans, and the gap was still widening. After discussing for a while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took charge. This time, I invited all of you here, other than to discuss the situation of the world. There is another important matter. Please allow me to introduce you to an almighty senior. The immortals looked towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's direction. Wu Shuai slowly walked out from behind the screen, and under the gaze of all the immortals, he sat on the main seat. You are? The immortals were shocked. So it is Wu Shuai, a variant human rank 8, who was close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greeted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was displeased. You need to call me Senior Wu Shuai. The variant human rank 8 showed an awkward expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he could only change his words. This junior greets senior. With this, the immortals had no choice but to address Wu Shuai as senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority cannot be messed up. But I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader? The immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Precisely. Now that the Grotto Heaven has been exposed, the 5 regions goo immortals will definitely attack it. The reason why the 5 regions goo immortals are not moving is because they are restricted by the chi tides. They cannot move freely. We need to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Only by forming an alliance can we have the capital and hope to contend against the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the position of alliance leader belongs to the strongest. I see that none of you here can match me. If anyone is unconvinced by my words, you can come and fight me. Wu Shuai had just finished speaking. Before the immortals could say anything, they heard a dragon roar. Evil dragon Di Zongxing's huge body covered the sky as it approached. Next, an immortal goo house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and exquisite. It floated in Wu Shuai's palm, shining brightly. It was the shrunken dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at Dragon Palace in his palm. Before looking at the immortals, his threat was clear in his words. The immortals had unsightly expressions. They were silent. They wanted to vent their anger, but did not dare to. Even though Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the divine might of Dragon Palace and the evil dragon. If the immortals worked together, they might have some hope of resisting it. But the Grotto Heaven forces had little contact with each other. They were not like the 5 regions. The 5 regions' super forces were connected to each other. There were conflicts and interactions. Black and White Heaven were vast. The outside world was dangerous. Forces rarely clashed with each other, not to mention close interactions. Ha ha ha. Seeing that no one objected to him, Duke Long laughed loudly. Suddenly his laughter stopped. Are you not going to greet the alliance leader? The immortals were still silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets alliance leader. Ha ha ha, good. Wu Shuai pointed at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You will be the Vice Alliance leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu Immortals with a fierce gaze. Outside the battlefield, the evil dragon moved its body at the right time, causing a huge commotion. In this situation, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch taking the lead, the Immortals had no choice but to acknowledge Wu Shuai as the Alliance leader in a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat, looking at the Gu Immortals. I know you all have your own thoughts. You are only acknowledging me as the Alliance leader now because of the situation. I am not forcing you. The current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not grasp it, when we are hunted down by the 5 regions, and the grotto heavens get surrounded, there will be no point in regretting it. However, if we let you continue discussing like this, when will we act? By the time we act, the chi tides will have already passed. You need a strong leader like me to temporarily unite most of the forces and act quickly. Even though Wu Shuai's tone was firm, his words were reasonable. The Gu Immortals' expressions eased up a little. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's discuss our target now. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to talk about attacking now? Black and White Heaven are too huge. There are still many Grotto Heaven forces that we have not contacted yet. We can't wait for them. As long as we succeed and create a commotion, these people will take the initiative to join us. This is the so-called human heart. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying directly. The Immortals were silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch continued to ask. Then according to Lord Alliance Leader, which place is the most suitable for us to attack? Of course it is Celestial Court. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Celestial Court. The Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Celestial Court is extremely weak. We did not want to retreat earlier. As long as we take down Celestial Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to provoke us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. That is not appropriate. Celestial Court has extremely deep foundation. It is not a place we can touch. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The Immortals shook their heads, no one agreed. Cowards. Wu Shuai sneered in displeasure. Then let's go with Divine Emperor City. This Immortal Gu House is the #1 Immortal Gu House. It is made from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance for Celestial Court. It is the gathering point of their connections. Above ground, Celestial Court. If we take it, not only will we deal a huge blow to Central Continent, we can also obtain a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Cold Ash thought about it. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, Celestial Court, and even the whole of Central Continent will resist and surround it. We will also be enemies with these people. What is the difference between that and attacking Celestial Court? Of course there is a difference. If these people are lured to Divine Emperor City by us, we can use another group of people to attack Celestial Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The Immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. In the end, we still need to attack Celestial Court. This way, won't the people who are pretending to attack Divine Emperor City become cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too bold. He wants to fight Celestial Court to the death. Wu Shuai showed an unhappy expression. What? You don't dare to attack Divine Emperor City? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a troubled expression. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying impatiently. Alright, I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's settle with this. We will deal with Eastern Sea's Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally revealed his true target. Southern border had Xia clan. Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. This Xia clan was not the same Xia clan, but they were both super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite. His first target was a super force. If he had mentioned it the first time, the Immortals would have objected. But the first 2 times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the Immortals found that compared to the first 2 targets, Eastern Sea's Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the super forces, Eastern Sea's Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. It is very secluded. It is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court. And the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally. They will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader. But against the evil dragon and dragon palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance, and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu immortals were unhappy. They secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, "The tallest tree attracts the most wind. The tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the evil dragon and dragon palace." Chapter 1996. Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The sea surface was like a mirror. There were no ripples. Even though winds were blowing, the sea was still like ice. Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xia Zhengqing was guarding this place. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a super resource point. It produced a lot of dark path and rule path cultivation resources. Even though Xia Clan cultivated water path, these resources were used for trading. They were very profitable. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now, when the formation around him suddenly gave a warning. Did some ancient desolate fish violate the boundary again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that some underwater beast was attacking the immortal formation. But at the next moment his body and mind shook. A strong enemy is attacking. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals charged over. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, with a loud sound, the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu immortal held a huge hammer. His body was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 immortals were just a distraction. This one was the enemy's main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu immortal? Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match. He immediately sent a message to the clan, while trying to activate the immortal formation, to teleport himself out. At the next moment, he was teleported to a place 1,000 li away from the formation. He arrived after all. Great wisdom is truly amazing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom Immortal Mother smiled and shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's detailed information, how could I deduce so easily? Xia Zhengqing looked, and felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. There were 2 variant human Gu immortals here. They were both rank 8. Since when did rank 8 Gu immortals become so common? And there are 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing felt this was unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you opposing my Eastern Sea Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to speak to him. He waved his hand, and activated a killer move that he had prepared. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level. How could he block a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen. Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters, Hot Spring Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong enemy is attacking. Reflecting Shadow Sea has fallen. Even though Xia Zhengqing escaped using the immortal formation, we have lost contact. Xia Zhengqing's warning had reached the Xia family in time. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were mostly gathered in their headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to descend from the sky. It's true that disaster comes from the sky when one is sitting at home. Before Xia Zhengqing left, he sent news that the enemies included human Gu immortals and variant human Gu immortals. There is even a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? It's probably a faction from the black and white heavens. Under the chi tide, the grotto heaven was revealed. I didn't expect there to be so many of these mutants left, and they even came to us first. That might be understandable. If they did not seize this opportunity, the 5 regions would definitely go to the black and white grotto heaven to investigate after the chi tide subsided. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu immortals, we will definitely exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find the variant human hiding in the grotto heaven. But now that the world has changed, these strange races have no choice but to reveal themselves. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were not flustered. Even though they knew about the existence of a rank 8 variant human Gu immortal, they had immortal Gu houses to resist it. But soon more bad news arrived. Lightwave C and Shooting Fish C were also destroyed by these variant human Gu immortals. The Xia Clan Gu immortals guarding these 2 resource points were even worse off. They could not even send any news before they could contact them. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were furious. We must teach these variant human Gu immortals a lesson. A mere outsider dares to bully us, a human superpower? If heaven wants to destroy people, it will first make them go crazy. These variant humans have gone crazy. First Supreme Elder, let us send our 2 immortal Gu houses out and kill them all. That's right, 3 of our Gu immortals are in their hands. We need to save our clansmen. We need to avenge this humiliation. The Gu immortals were filled with battle intent. They requested to fight. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. He had a grim expression as he heard the Gu immortals' words. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack rashly. We lost 3 resource points in a row. These are all important areas. We have set up immortal formations to defend against them. This speed of loss is too fast, it is not normal. Our clan does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. If we rashly move our 2 immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will definitely be weakened. Right now we are at the final moment of replenishing human C. We cannot be careless. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves to the death and wait until human C is replenished. Our Xia Clan's foundation will rise sharply. We will become one of the top forces in Eastern Sea. By then, we can deal with the variant human Gu immortals more easily. Even though Xia Ruiji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high prestige. Xia Clan's Gu immortals heard his words and felt that they were reasonable. The requests for battle became much fewer. But at the next moment, with a thunderous sound, an immortal Gu house broke through the regional wall and charged into Xia Clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia Clan. Today is the day of your destruction. The immortal Gu house's door opened. Wuxia and the other grotto heaven Gu immortals were standing inside. Xia Clan's Gu immortals saw this group of enemies and were extremely shocked. Dragon Palace. Wuxia. There are still so many variant human rank 8s, oh heavens. Xia Clan's Gu immortals had pale expressions, they were panicking. But Wuxia did not give them time to accept the cruel truth. He waved his hand. Attack! Thus at the next moment, the rank 8s around him and behind him charged down, attacking together. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia Clan's Gu immortals felt their vision turn dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a formation completely suppressed Xia Clan's Gu immortals. Xia Clan did not even have a single rank 8. But Wuxia had more than 10 rank 8s. How could they fight? My Xia Clan blessed land is not celestial court. Why are there so many rank 8 Gu immortals attacking? Xia Ruiji's lips trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss after being treated so solemnly. The enemy is too strong, let's retreat. At this time, the female immortal Xiaoying shouted. She was pleasantly surprised. Xia Ruiji's body shook, he gritted his teeth. Go quickly go. We will board the immortal Gu house together. Xia Clan had 2 immortal Gu houses, they were both rank 7. One was whale fishing boat, the other was gold star tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. All of you stay here. The variant human Gu immortals attacked one after another, creating dazzling lights and explosions that shook the sky. At the crucial moment, Xiaoying dodged the pursuit and was the first to enter Gold Star Tower. But she did not escape. She moved Gold Star Tower forward. All of you leave, I will block them. Gold Star Tower charged forward. Using killer moves continuously, golden stars shot out in all directions. The variant human Gu immortals quickly retreated. The remaining Xia clan Gu immortals saw this chance. They boarded whale fishing boat and quickly left the base. Chapter 1997. These variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea Xia clan does not have a rank 8 Gu house, they can rely on a rank 7 Immortal Gu house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by star constellation's will. It could not allow Fate Gu to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human Gu immortals. Even the human Gu immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated Fate Gu and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions. That was why there were so many rank 8 Gu immortals in black and white heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xia Ying, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange even if the tables were turned in the next breath. Alright, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal Gu houses. As expected of a superpower's foundation, only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 Gu immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s. If you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 Gu immortals were tongue-tied. They were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. The sea of people is here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, directly reaching the bottom of the lake. Next, the mystical light spread out, covering the entire lake. The lake water quickly evaporated, Smoke spread out. Countless voices could be heard from within the white fog. The voices became louder and louder. The white fog turned into countless human figures, flying in the air. At once, Dragon Palace was covered in white fog. Countless figures were like white specters, surrounding Dragon Palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Collect. With a thought from Wuxia, the white mist immediately gathered into a white lake and poured into the Dragon Palace. The momentum of this scene was so great that both sides on the battlefield in the distance could see it clearly. Wuxia is actually taking advantage of the fact that we are fighting to plunder the loot. That white fog is very mystical. It emits dense human path aura. Wuxia is taking it personally. It is definitely a top-grade treasure. Don't be afraid. As the alliance leader, how can Wuxia not lead by example? Otherwise, how can he convince the others? After taking this white fog, he will definitely share a portion with us. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wuxia actually knows about human C. Furthermore, he has a method to collect human C. How is this possible? The plan to create human C is only known by my Xia clan's Gu immortals. We have kept it a secret. Even if Xia Zhengqing and the rest were captured and souls searched by Wuxia, only First Supreme Elder knows the method to collect them. How can he think of a replacement method so quickly? To think that human C is still in its embryonic form. It is not complete. Wuxia sized up the white fog in Dragon Palace. There were all sorts of appearances and figures in the white fog. It was strange but also grand. Two completely different styles, but they were naturally fused together. Wuxia smiled lightly, not minding it. In order to replenish the human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wuxia knew that human C was a human path secluded domain that Xia clan had been working hard for many years to create. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, human C shone brilliantly. It helped Eastern Sea's Xia clan rise up rapidly. But it was still far from a complete secluded domain. Coincidentally, Southern Border's Chai clan obtained a crucial insight from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Back then, a wisdom path Gu immortal deduced that by fusing Human Mountain and human C, they would form into a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human C is too far away, but just human C is enough to help my main body greatly. Wuxia felt gratified. The most important thing was still Feng Yuan's main body. And Feng Yuan's main body's biggest problem was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. This was Red Lotus' scheme. Feng Yuan was trying to find a way to break it. He found the recipe of human path. But even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a human path ancient desolate plant, its grade could not compare to many heaven path Tao marks. Thus, Feng Yuan placed his attention on Eastern Sea's Xia clan's human C. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Feng Yuan did not need to use his main body. He used Wuxia to easily take human C. Not long after Wuxia took human C, the battle over there also came to an end. Xia Ying could not escape defeat, but many of his rank 8 Grotto Heaven experts were injured. The one who truly defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take away the human path treasure. That is not good, right? The immortals gathered at the entrance of Dragon Palace. An impatient rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wuxia glanced at him lightly. Dragon Palace immediately activated its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. That rank 8 Gu immortal was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the light smoke. Before he could even make a sound, he was swept into Dragon Palace. The immortals were shocked and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wuxia crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by many rank 8s. Chapter 1998. Facing Wuxia's domineering attitude, the 2 Heavens Gu immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and cheered internally. Wuxia's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader Allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia Clan's survivors. Most of Xia Clan's Gu Immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The Immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Haha. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down Eastern Sea's Xia Clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other super forces. From now on, Eastern Sea, and even the 5 regions' Righteous Path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia Clan Gu Immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The Immortals were stunned before nodding. They had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision. We cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea super forces. But there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si Banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Feng Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the Righteous Path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I released Xia Clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The 2 Heavens Gu Immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill. It's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Feng Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si Banquet and entertained the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Shen Guang. He also allowed demonic Gu Immortals to openly sell Bloodpath Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the Immortal's thoughts. We've chased the Xia Clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed, and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Feng Yuan one by one. Each Gu Immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The 2 Heavens Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea super force, but it is already so deep. Xia Clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. What made the 2 Heavens Gu Immortals even more surprised was that Wu Shuai's share was much smaller than what they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's thoughts changed as he said to the surrounding Gu Immortals, Everyone listen to me. Our gains from this battle are all thanks to our Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who led us to victory. Without his information and plans, how could we have taken down Xia Clan so easily? However, the Alliance Master has received the least amount of the spoils of war. This isn't very fair. The Gu Immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply. I am a loner. I do not need many cultivation resources. These resources are not suitable for me, but if I need them in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have already distributed these gains, I do not intend to take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words reminded me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. Subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. His attitude was extremely respectful. Wu Shuai smiled. You are very good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. It is my great fortune to be recognized by Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, following me is the greatest fortune of your lives. But you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, your gains are only about the same as the other allies. That is not appropriate. Then I will give you the final share of Shooting Fish Sea. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, showing a stunned expression. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. I told you to keep it, just keep it. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. If anyone dares to say anything, if anyone dares to look down on you, tell me, I will deal with them. Wu Shuai said as his dragon eyes looked around with an imposing aura. The Gu immortals of the two heavens did not dare to look at each other. They quickly looked away and lowered their heads. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a super resource point, but he did not show any joy. He looked at Wu Shuai. Seeing the faint smile in his eyes, he shuddered. As expected of the former Dragonman commander, I underestimated him. This old monster must have seen through my motive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch realized this. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to incite Wu Shuai and make him lose the trust of the people. But to think that Wu Shuai would do the opposite. By doing this, the other Gu immortals would think that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied with the gains. He was using the Alliance Leader's name to achieve his goal. After all, if the Alliance Leader wanted more benefits, wouldn't it be reasonable for the Vice Alliance Leader to get more than others? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not going to thank me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, This subordinate thanks you. Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy. He felt some disappointment instead. These two Heavens Gu immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition, there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the two Heavens Gu immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, these two Heavens Grotto Heavens did not cause any commotion. Chapter 1999. While Wu Shuai and the rest were dividing up Xia Clan's wealth, the atmosphere in the whale fishing boat was grim and gloomy. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too fierce. There are more than 10 rank 8s. We cannot defend our headquarters. Especially when the enemy's leader is Wu Shuai. The chances of us counterattacking are too slim. Sigh, it is a pity that Xia Ing and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were furious and helpless. They felt that their future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji snorted coldly. I don't care who it is, be it Wu Shuai, or the rank 8 Gu immortals of the two heavens. They cannot invade my Xia Clan's territory. They will not be able to rampage for long. We will ask for reinforcements from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are only human Gu immortals. But they are led by Wu Shuai, and have the majority of variant human Gu immortals. The battle scene we have is the best proof. Eastern Sea's righteous path, and even the 5 regions' righteous path, will not let these variant human forces grow stronger. Xia Clan's Gu immortals heard this, and their morale rose slightly. Asking for help was the only way out. But who should they ask for help from? That was a matter worth considering. Xia Clan was at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. With Xia Clan as the center, the Merman Imperial Court was at the west. Tang Clan was at the southeast. Xia Clan was at the northeast. These 3 clans were not the best targets to ask for help from. They were all super forces that bordered Xia Clan. Xia Clan had the best relationship with the Merman Imperial Court. But the Merman Imperial Court was a variant human force. Even though no Merman Gu immortals appeared in the battle earlier, Xia clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang clan and Xia clan, these two clans had conflicts with Xia clan. Asking for help now was not something Xia clan's Gu immortals wanted to experience. After some discussion, Xia clan's Gu immortals controlled the whale fishing boat and carefully went around the Merman Imperial Court, asking for help from Shin clan, who was further west. This way the journey was much longer. While Xia clan was asking for help, news of them being invaded by the two Heavens Gu immortals had already spread in jewel yellow skies, shocking the world. There are so many variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. Is this news true? It's not strange at all. Whether it's day or night, it's as vast as the 5 regions. These damned alien races have hidden themselves too well. They're too bold. They actually dare to declare war on the human race. They're asking for it. What makes me even angrier is that there are human Gu immortals among them. What were they thinking? How dare you betray your own race? At once, all the Gu immortals in the world were discussing this matter. The Shin family was no exception. The letter from the Xia family asking for help had already been delivered to the Shin family. This was an important matter. Shin clan's first supreme elder Shen Songsheng gathered the Gu immortals for a discussion. The reason why the Xia family came to our Shin family for help is obvious. There's no need to say more. But should we, the Shin family, help them? Feel free to speak your mind, Shen Songsheng said. The enemy is powerful. Why should we challenge Great Liang alone? After all, Wuxia has Dragon Palace and Di Zongsheng. He even has Dream Path methods. His battle strength is too terrifying. That's right. And the worrisome thing is that Wuxia and Fang Yuan have a relationship. We have no way of knowing what their relationship is. But they are indeed close. If we deal with Wuxia, we might draw out the demon Fang Yuan. Shen Songsheng nodded. That makes sense. He did not change his expression. Because of the blue dragon whale, he had a relationship with Fang Yuan. But their cooperation was very secretive. Even Shen clan's Gu immortals did not know about it. This was because Shen Songsheng was thinking about his own reputation and Shen clan's reputation. I think it is not right to not help Xia clan. Xia clan and our tribe are both members of the righteous path. They came all the way here to ask for help. If we do not agree, how will Xia clan look at us? How will Eastern Sea look at us? How will the 5 regions look at us? I agree with that. This is not a simple internal conflict between humans. This is a war between humans and variant humans. If our Shen clan does not take a clear stance, we will be criticized by the world. Shen Songsheng nodded. That makes sense. But the enemy force is too strong. They have more than 10 rank 8s and Wuxia is their leader. Even if we summon Ancestor Shin Shang back, we will not be able to resist such an enemy. During the Fate War, after Shin Shang went crazy, he disappeared without a trace. Even though Shin clan tried their best to find Ancestor Shin Shang, they did not succeed. The whole world was watching. The source of the news about jewel yellow skies was most likely Xia clan. Xia clan used this method to force Eastern Sea's righteous path forces to help them. Under the attention of the world, Shen clan had no choice but to help Xia clan. But Wuxia's side was too strong, too terrifying. Even though Shen clan was a super force, facing the Two Heavens Alliance, they had to be wary. Elders, don't worry. I have a plan to resolve our current situation, Ren Xiaoping said. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Ren Xiaoping had become Shen clan's external supreme elder. Normally, he abided by the rules and kept a low profile. But now was the crucial moment. Shen clan had fallen. Chaos had descended. He, Ren Xiaoping, would not have a good time either. Ren Xiaoping continued. Wuxia's battle strength is extremely strong. But Eastern Sea still has an ancestor who can resist the evil dragon. Which ancestor of Qi Si are you talking about? Someone's eyes brightened. That's right, Qi Si ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shen Songsheng clapped as he smiled, making up his mind. Several days later, Xia clan came to Shen clan, wanting to borrow their forces to reclaim their lost territory. Shen Songsheng personally showed up and gave Xia clan a warm welcome. But to resist Wu Shuai's group, Shen Songxing said that he did not have enough strength. He suggested gathering more righteous path forces. Qi tides were rampaging everywhere. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were all resting and recuperating. They could not act rashly. Eastern Sea's righteous path could only mobilize a few people. But Shen Songxing suggested informing Qi Si ancestor of Xia clan's situation, asking him to uphold justice for them. Shen Songxing copied Xia clan. Before asking Qi Si ancestor for help, he already spread the news to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu immortals were waiting for Qi Si ancestor's reaction. The human Gu immortals hoped that old ancestor number 7 could step forward. As a rank 8 senior, who could resist Duke Long, he should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the righteous path and demonic path. He had even cooperated with Feng Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi Si ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi Si ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. We have primordial origin and Qi Si now. We cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000. Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Dingling looked at the surrounding Gu immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the immortal tomb. Feng Yuan had destroyed more than half of the immortal graveyard. But there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence. But Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging, and the 2 heavens are acting strangely. Wu Shuai led the allied Gu immortals of the 2 heavens and attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi Si ancestor, the 2 sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu immortal, not a wisdom path Gu immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. She had to gather the Gu immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our Celestial Court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qi Si ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Feng Yuan. That's right. Be it Wu Shuai or Qi Si ancestor, they were related to Feng Yuan. Wu Shuai claimed that he was only cooperating with Feng Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wu Shuai of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragon Man race. As for Qi Si ancestor, he had an agreement with Feng Yuan to fight against our Celestial Court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Si ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qi Si ancestor might be Feng Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility. because we thought that Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Feng Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then, and disguised as Qi ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Feng Yuan used Qi Path methods to destroy the Qi Wall. His Qi Path method was unlimited Qi. It was the signature killer move of Southern Borders Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi Path method that Qi ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from unlimited Qi. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wuxia is far more suspicious than Qi ancestor. He might not be Feng Yuan in disguise, but he might be Feng Yuan's clone. After all, Feng Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty is to split his soul into clones. His Shadow Sect was created like this. The Immortals discussed. Qin Dingling had a hesitant expression. She felt a headache. The Gu Immortals had their own opinions. Nobody could convince anyone else. In the end, they could only let Qin Dingling make the decision. After thinking for a while, Qin Dingling sighed and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Feng Yuan has familiar face. He can disguise himself as all sorts of people. Even though we need to be vigilant, we cannot disregard other possibilities because of our suspicions. Wu Shui might be Feng Yuan's clone. Qi ancestor might be Feng Yuan's disguise. This is indeed possible. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not closely related to Feng Yuan. We cannot be overly cautious because of Feng Yuan. Forget about Wu Shui, just Qi ancestor alone. Are we going to give up on the possibility of roping in Qi ancestor and making him our celestial court's ally just because of this?" Fang Zheng heard this and hesitated before asking. "Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi ancestor?" Qin Dingling nodded. "Lord Duke Long is dead. Feng Jioga has become a traitor. Our celestial court indeed lacks a pseudo-venerable to stabilize the situation. Earlier, Senior Duke Long had tried to recruit Qi ancestor, using Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a bargaining chip. Even though Qi ancestor did not agree, he did not appear during the Fate War. The Immortals were silent. Qin Dingling's plan was Duke Long's. Earlier, because Fate Gu needed to be repaired, Duke Long wanted to temporarily stabilize Qi ancestor. But now, Celestial Court needed a pseudo-venerable battle strength that could stabilize the situation, even though it had calmed down now. But the truth was, because of the rampaging Qi tides and the Heaven Path Dao marks, the Gu Immortals had to rest and recuperate. They could not attack. But when the Qi tides calmed down, and Feng Yuan digests those Heaven Path Dao marks, what would happen? By then, Celestial Court's strongest person would only be Qin Dingling. Could she stop the 4 regions Gu Immortals with ulterior motives? Could she stop evil dragon Di Zongxing? Could she stop Feng Yuan? Celestial Court knew about this. In the past, there had been cases of recruiting Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Wan Zihong was one of them. This female immortal was a demon of Western Desert back then. But Celestial Court still tried to recruit her. As long as she was a human, Celestial Court was very tolerant. I am not against recruiting Qi ancestor. But before that, we need to know his true relationship with Feng Yuan. Even so, Qi ancestor might not care about the current Celestial Court. Haha, I think Primordial Origin's true inheritance is more attractive to him than anything else. Fang Zheng volunteered. Right now, Qi ancestor is in a standoff with Wu Shui. This is a good opportunity for Celestial Court. We can find out some truths from this. Of course, no matter what, the variant human Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens cannot be left alive. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is our spy, I am willing to send troops to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human Gu Immortals. Fang Zheng controlled Demon Sealing Board. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level now, with this board, he could deal with most rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 5 regions Gu Immortals could not do anything under the influence of the Qi tides. But Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were different. Celestial Court's members were mostly phantom apertures. They were not restricted by the current situation. Fang Zheng had just finished speaking when another Gu Immortal asked to join them and go to Eastern Sea to exterminate these variant human Gu Immortals. Even though Celestial Court lost, they still followed the Celestial Court's principles and thought for the entire human race. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why do we need to go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is guarding there. We need to use him to investigate Qi Si ancestors' background. We will go to the two heavens and exterminate those grotto heaven forces. We will take drastic measures against them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.